contando os dias que nós passamos. O que você esconde de toda calada? Não me deixe somente. Olha, olha, já chocou que você mostra-me toda gelada. Palavras fez-me ficar para trás. Não me deixe instante. Eu só
Good morning, Kitten Brigade. Insane Kitten here. That violin. That violin. Haha, on my Twitch it is glitched, so it looks like the cat is wearing the costume. That's what it's supposed to do. That emote, the CV hazmat, is supposed to be like a layered emote. So you use that emote with other emotes to stack it on top of it, which is kind of neat. I drink water. I drink tea. Tea. Oh, that's hot. What? Oh my god, mind blown. Yeah, I found out about that like months ago. I don't know. My mind was blown too when I found out. Where did this come from? Better Twitch TV. So they have a handful of like emotes that you can overlay. It's kind of neat. It's kind of neat. I don't know why they don't do that more. They should have more decorative emotes like that. But how are you guys? Hello, Skating Pancake. Hello, Radioactive Warrior. Hello, Julian. How is everybody this morning? Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry I haven't been on in the last couple days. I was just tired. I was very tired. I haven't even started this game. Why am I so unprepared? You're not prepared when there's a tear in the anti-radiation costume. What was that series on? I was watching a series on Netflix, and it's about Chernobyl. I think it's called Chernobyl, isn't it? Chernobyl. My god. Chernobyl. Yeah. Saddest. One of the saddest events in history. I'm kind of amazed that they actually contained that. With how wrong things went. With how incompetent it was handled. But yeah, good morning, Lord Revan. How you doing, man? It's another morning stream. Is this one? Look, there's one of Giselle all naked. I wonder if you can look at the CGs afterwards. Maybe there is. Titties. Kinda titties. Kinda titties. This is not- this game is not one of those kinds of games. Unlike Saya no Uta, I make sure to kind of vet the games a little better now. Monument of those who saved the world. Yes, agreed. I kind of cried during that, like what do you call it? I guess it's like kind of a documentary-ish TV series in Ukraine. Sorry, I'm just like looking at the levels to see how loud this is. The music sounds loud to me, but it looks okay. Alright. Who's he talking about? Oh, he's talking about the swordsman? It's a terrible shame Mel and Nellie think the Lord would do such a thing. Don't listen to him, Pauline. He's lying to you. Okay. I haven't seen the show, though. I recommend it. It kind of shows... They did a really good job of, like, portraying, like, how things went down. And I mean, unfortunately, they don't use, like, it is in English, so maybe it won't feel as authentic. But I think they still did a decent job, even with English-speaking actors. I guess it translates better, globally, I guess, if they all speak English. I don't know, I wouldn't have minded if it was just subtitled, but oh well. Anyhow. Don't listen to him, Pauline. He's lying to you. Should I stay hidden, or should I intervene? Were they- oh, they were eavesdropping on them? Okay, so Pauline was talking to the swordsman and they're just eavesdropping on them, okay. Are we witnessing a tryst? Pee pee poo poo. Yes. We all pee pee poo poo. Skating Pancake. How are you doing? Okay, I gotta remember how to do the voices. It's been a while. I believe you more than anyone in the world. You have my complete trust. You know that. But I would still like to see for myself. If there's no one in the tower, then that proves their accusations are baseless. Pauline. I want to trust you even more, so please let me see what's in the observation tower. Please. You say there's no one there, but it shouldn't be any problem, right? Okay. How did I do his voice? I think I was trying to do like a Asian voice. Ah, yes, did you pull today? Yes, need your daily bowel movements. Very important. How did I do his voice? Okay. I'll go with that. I'll talk to the Lord when he's here tomorrow. I can't let you in without his permission, of course. But once I've spoken with him, I'll take you to see what's in the tower. Thank you. It's getting late. You should head back. Okay. Don't look so glum, Pauline. We'll see each other again tomorrow night, as usual. Yeah. Well, good night. Good night. It sounds like she's convinced him. I wouldn't be sure about that. He could always move Morgana before letting Pauline in. We'll have to keep a close eye on him tomorrow. I know you're out there. What? Show yourself. If you won't come to me, then I'll have to come to you. I have a good idea where you're hiding. Michelle! Finally decided to show yourself, did you? How did you know I was there? Simple. I can sense the presence of others. That's hardly what I would call simple for most people. I was hoping to enjoy the show a little longer. Huh? You remember what I said at supper about our little sideshow? What about it? Well, it looks like we'll have to go off script. Go off what? You still don't get it. He sounds pretty agitated, Michelle. You need to get out of there now. Can you not see him, Giselle? What? He's got his hand on his sword. I can't risk turning my back on him. I should have stepped in while Pauline was still around. I don't have many opportunities to do this these days, so I was planning on taking it nice and slow. There are so many obstructions outside, it makes this kind of work difficult. Michelle! If you care about the nun, about Pauline, if she really means something to you, then you need to... Wait, oh, fuck. Then you need to set Morgana free. Keeping her locked up will bring no one anything but pain, and that includes Pauline. And why should I care? Uh-oh. Michelle! I feel something resembling a gale, and the next thing I know, the man's inches away from me, swinging his sword down. The knife! He had a knife? Miraculously, I managed to get the blade out in time, catching his sword mid-descent with a sharp clang. For a very brief moment, a look of perplexity crosses his face. Now's my chance to run. Oh shit. Ah! Michelle! Ow. I stagger from the impact, and as I fall to the ground I catch sight of it, the curved blade sticking out of my chest. He must have thrown his sword to prevent my escape. Michelle! Michelle, what's happening? Stay with me. You have to stay with me. I focus on the searing pain spreading through my chest to keep my mind from growing any hazier and begin crawling, trying to put some distance between us. And from behind, the man slams his heel into my back. How anticlimactic. I thought you'd hold on a little longer considering you managed to brandish that knife. Don't, please, what are you doing? Get away from him. I'm begging you, spare him. There's a name engraved in the handle, so it's not even your knife. Maria. Put that down. Michelle. Who did you get this from? Answer me. You're not feeling cooperative, are we? That knife, has always belonged to me. Maria simply refers to the Virgin Mary. Well, it shouldn't be too hard to find who they are. I know it's not her, at least. Gah. So Mel, his sister, and this Maria are all colluding with you? What are you going to do to them? That should be obvious. Leave them alone! No, why did this have to happen? Haha. It's not funny. The more lives you take, the farther you become from human. That's not what you want, is it? I've always been a killer. I've always had this insatiable urge to take life. But I know you also wanted to be. Enjoy your reunion with them in the afterlife. Michelle! Arrgh. No! Haha, at least beg for your life, would you? Don't, please stop this! Blah, blah, blah. Crawl through the dirt like the worm you are, and beg for me to spare you. Why are you doing this? No, please stop. Gah. Not even a scream, really? Bah, you're no fun. Stop it, don't do this. Ha 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 ha. No! Wait, did we get a bad ending? The man's deranged cackling and Giselle's desperate screams begin fading into the distance. I've long since lost any sort of idea about the condition of my body. In my attempts to save Giselle and Morgana, I've managed to not only fail that, but endanger everyone who was kind enough to help me. What have I accomplished? Anything at all? Ending 0 dead end? I didn't get... What choice did I make to get this ending? Oh no. Oh no. I don't even know what I did wrong. I'm gonna have to go through my save files and like figure out where there was a choice. Oh no. I have no idea where to go from here then to get the true ending. I might have to look it up. Hugs. Hi, Omni. Because I thought for sure we were like on track for that, but okay, clearly this file is fucked. This one? That was like a girl talk moment. Oh, what was the choice here? Maybe I should accompany you. It's better to be safe if you're certain very well. I think I chose this one. It's better to be safe. Yeah, you can die in this game and you can get bad endings. Death doesn't discriminate. Well, time to start from scratch. I mean, I could. I might have to start from scratch and then just skip through the content and choose the right options. Which we have to do now. Skip. How do you skip? Wait, oh, this is new content, I guess. Hold on a second. Something else you needed? I would like, if you could, for you to tell me about the time you spent with Morgana. Anything you can, no matter how insignificant it may seem. I want to know what kind of life she had there. How does tomorrow sound? Tomorrow? I'll sneak into the courtyard tomorrow night. Meet me there and I'll tell you what you want to know. Why not now, though? No real reason. Just need a little time to sort things through. See you tomorrow night. Stay warm. I don't know if this is different. Not even a chance to get another word in. Also, I feel like I'm dressed much warmer than her. Tomorrow night. That doesn't leave us with much time. Giselle. Giselle? What? Hello? What is it? You've been so quiet, I was getting concerned. It's good to know you're still there. I guess I sort of dozed off for a bit. I'm fine though, no need to worry. Are you sure? I think we should head back too. We've done about everything we can today. You're right. Running into Maria was a great stroke of luck. Thanks to her, we now have confirmation that the nun is indeed Pauline. And we've potentially convinced Pauline to try and talk to the swordsman. Have a good stream, alright? See you later. Julian, thanks for stopping by. Hanging out for a little bit. Depending on how things pan out tomorrow, we could be getting very close to accomplishing our goal. I'm sure it'll be smooth sailing, just like with Mel. I certainly hope so. I hope we don't die this time. So, before you go to sleep, do you want to talk for a bit? I don't know if we can skip this content. Of course. In fact, I was about to ask you the same thing. Ooh, it seems to be skipping it. Because usually if you click on skip, it'll skip content that you've already read. That's what you say, but on the inside, you actually enjoy being surrounded by girls more than talking to me, don't you? And you seem to enjoy teasing me. Hehe, I'm just kidding. Truthfully, I don't think I've ever wished you were there to save me more than then. I've never been comfortable in such spirited environments. Put 3 women in a room and it'll get like that, yeah. It can be overstimulating. I could not have been more out of my element. I don't know, you seem to fit in pretty well to me. You really think so? Hold on, I wanna confirm something. So I'll save it here. Progress. And then I want to load that choice again. I just want to see what happens in the story when you pick it's better to be safe. Oh, okay. If you offer to accompany her, she doesn't even meet with you again to tell the story. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So yeah, you have to pick don't accompany her. Interesting. Okay. So that was the deciding choice. Alright. I didn't think so. Something innocuous as like accompany her, don't accompany her. Okay, so yeah, this is that was another diverging choice, so it does impact the story. Because when you don't accompany her, then she offers to meet again to see you again, to tell more about Morgana. So the point of like these choices is to learn more about Morgana's past and what these men, like the story behind each man. You really think so? You made for a great plaything. Oh yes, I'm quite good at that, aren't I? I will say there was one thing about the whole affair that surprised me. Oh? What would that be? I did not expect that I would be able to have such a normal social interaction, and not because I'm awkward or a poor conversationalist. For most of my life, I was cursed, irregular, and you were the only one who didn't treat me like that. That came to be when I saw as normal. And as such, being able to participate in social gathering like that is very exotic sensation. It feels almost like it shouldn't be possible. You are normal, Michelle. An ordinary man. This right here, this is what I wish I always had in life, and for me to finally attain it in death. Though I suppose lamenting the details would make me ungrateful. I'm glad to have had the experience, though. I'm glad to hear it. So, I know I've been talking about how much I want to save Morgana, and that hasn't changed. Neither has my desire to change everyone's future. But if you want to leave this place, to go somewhere far away and have a life of your own, you have my full support. You got everything you ever wanted. You have the right to choose to stay here, live in this time. I wouldn't dream of it. I am not going to leave you trapped in that darkness. I will not make the same mistake twice. Regardless, there's no point in me choosing life without you there as well, in the flesh. Okay then. Well, I'll be in here waiting. Hopefully not for long. I really think Morgana and I have a great deal in common. What? One the daughter of God, one a demon child. We were both forced into inhuman roles. Living lives of solitude, constantly having things we cared about taken away from us, including, ultimately, our lives. The big difference between me and her is that I had you. If you hadn't been there at the end of my mortal life, perhaps I too would have grown to despise those who had put me through such misery. Cursed their very souls. She had no one, though. Not a single person to be there for her final days. From what she told us, though, her life wasn't all sorrow and misery. She did eventually come to find happiness in her time at the brothel. In fact, she's even said that was where she learned to experience joy. Well, I know there were a number of girls there. If Maria was one of them she was particularly close with, perhaps her being there could have a positive effect on Morgana. We'll have to see what she says tomorrow night. That we will. And then our time limit is noon the next day. So we'll need to have everything necessary figured out by then. Everything it will take for her to have a change of heart. I'm not worried one bit. I have complete confidence in you, Michelle. I am somewhat worried. What's there to worry about? Here, I'll shout, "You can do it!" 100 times. You can do it. If you're planning to cheer me to death. I just want every last bit of you to know I'm rooting for you. I assure you, you've made that abundantly clear. Hehehe. Hey, there was something I wanted to tell you, if that's alright? Yes? When I learned about your past and about your body, it came as a big shock to me. That said, I'm confident you know that my feelings for you haven't changed one bit. I do. But what I want you to know is that even if I had found out back then, instead of after having waited hundreds of years for you to return, my feelings still would not have changed. Aww. I love that surpasses genders. Or, sure, why not? If you had told me while we were alive, I would have still accepted you. Now, of course, I know it's not something you could have come out with so easily, especially considering everything you went through because of it. We only lived together for a little over a year, and we were only partners for a month, so I understand how difficult it would have been to think I wouldn't push you away. But I'm not sure you grasped just how much I loved you even then. My wounds ran deeper than even I knew, and them fully healing was simply not possible. Anyone else's touch, anyone else's warmth, my heart and body would have rejected. I sincerely wish I had expressed that to you more clearly. That it had to be you, that I needed you. I did believe at the time that I could start over with you, that we could have a normal life together. Or, well, I fooled myself into believing it, but I could never rid myself of the guilt and shame at how it was impossible for me to give that to you. I would imagine our future together, you smiling, with our children in your arms, playing with them, scolding them, teaching them, and then I would remember I am incapable of giving you those children. You can do it! Make your wishes come true. Don't let your wishes be wishes. Do that 12-step plan. Just do it. Or even engaging in the prerequisite acts. The prerequisite acts. And the more I wished for your happiness, the tighter that guilt constricted me. I do apologize for not saying anything. You carried far more weight than any one person should ever have to carry alone. But you don't have to do that anymore. For one, I'll support you no matter what, and in this time you're normal to everyone, not only me. You have allies. You don't have to take everything on yourself anymore. I love you, Michelle. I do. I absolutely adore you. Where is this coming from? I wanted to say it, so I did. Is that a problem? No, no problem. You're blushing, aren't you? Your cheeks are as red as tomatoes. I wish I could see you now. I'm going to open the window. Why? It's night. It's going to be cold. Exactly. I need to cool down. Wait, is this where they witnessed Tryst? When they opened the window? Ah. What are you eyeing at? It's a spring snow. It's gorgeous. There was hardly a cloud when I was outside earlier, and now it's snowing. It was actually snowing, it's snowing this morning. It was like a very, very light snow. It's been like really cold all this week, so I was like, it's gonna snow sometime this week. It's gonna snow sometime this week. Hehe, are you worried Maria might catch something out in this weather? Hopefully she's in bed by now. No snow there? How cold is it? It's like minus, I think it's like -3 when I checked this morning. -3 Celsius. And then it says, and then there's like a warning, Arctic outflow warning, whatever that means. Dash cold. It's not like super cold though compared to some places. It's pretty. -3 is kind of mild for a Canadian kind of winter. Here it got pretty warm because of the winds from Africa. What's that line in that song? Do 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 from Africa. The flowers are literally blooming, but it will get cold again. So then the cold snap will kill off all the flowers. The flowers are confused about when springtime is. Oh yeah, bless the rains down in Africa. For some reason, I was thinking of winds. So you could sing it as I blessed winds down in Africa. Anyway, I've never seen it snow in the spring before. Maybe I just wasn't paying any attention to what lay beyond the dark walls of that house. Maybe. Have you? Have I? Seen a springtime snow before? 3 or 4 times, perhaps. So, not very often, no. Ah, so you've seen this already. Would it have been better if I hadn't? No, that's not what I'm saying. I just thought it would be nice if it was the first time for both of us. Ah, you sound like a little kid. Is that childish? Well, I don't mind either way. I'm still glad my first time seeing it isn't alone. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Little specks of white drifting through the darkness. Yes, I can see it. It's beautiful. I'm happy I could see this with you too. Oh, they shared a moment. It's like, fuck you flowers, lol. Pretty much. I don't want the wind to cool you off too much now. I think it's time for you to warm back up. Sorry, I was so engrossed by the sight. Hehe, maybe it'll stick and you can see it again tomorrow. The grounds would be quite lovely covered in snow. But for now, you should get some sleep. I suppose. You already passed out once today. You need to make sure you're well rested. Hard to argue with that. I'll be counting on your help again tomorrow. Our success or failure depends on how tomorrow goes. That it does. Let's make it count. Good night, Giselle. Good night, Michelle. Wait, what's with the what's with the pained look? 2 days until her death. Oh, 1 day. 1 day now. Time's a ticking. Ugh. Huh? My head feels like someone drove a spike through it. What's going on? Am I in the cellar? What? My hands are tied up behind my back. What am I doing down here? Wait. Giselle. Giselle? Say something, Giselle. Unable to make any sort of sense out of my circumstances, it's not long after I regain consciousness that panic begins to sink in. And the most unsettling thing of all, the most frightening detail, is the fact that I can't hear her voice. Awake, are we? Are you the one who brought me here? What? You don't remember this morning? Morning? Right, I woke up because I heard someone enter the room, and then he hit me over the head. You're not dead, at least. That's good. What do you hope to accomplish by tying me up and bringing me down here? Remember what I said last night at supper about me putting on a little sideshow for you? What? I was reenacting the Last Supper with you as the guest of honor. Oh, now I see. When you were asking if I had any family or friends, you were trying to find out if anyone would notice if I disappeared, if anyone would make any noise. You're sharper than you look. If only you'd caught on yesterday. Please, Giselle, say something. Giselle, why won't you answer me? Why can't I hear your voice? Why can't I feel you there? You're a quiet one. I thought you'd be a little louder. Grr. What made you decide to get rid of me? Did the nun say something? She has nothing to do with this. I have permission from the Lord to act at my own discretion. Should I come across anyone acting suspicious? This doesn't seem the least bit wrong to you. I wouldn't say that. You're an acquaintance's friend who made a long trip to come see him, and I have you tied up in the cellar. That's not what I would consider right, no. But seeing as you're good enough friends for him to let you stay here, I assume he's also spilled everything. He's never had what it took, that boy. If I were to guess, it would be too much for him to handle, so he went to a friend, to you. Leave him out of this. I see. So, how much did he tell you? If you come clean, I might even let you go. Get rid of him, have you take his place. I said leave him out of this! So you're determined not to talk, are you? What a loyal friend. Hello, Xiaoyin. How you doing? Listen to me. Listen? Oh, I'm listening. Because you have a lot of talking to do. That smirk on his face. Ugh. I don't have any chances to let loose. So I'll be taking as much time as I can get today. He says in an eerily flat tone of voice as he draws nearer, pausing between each step as if to taunt me. When he reaches me, struggling to get off the ground. I just noticed that the music is a little bit loud. Intense music. Grrr! He slams his heel into my shoulder. Not being able to use your hands makes you appreciate how much easier it is to stand up when you can, doesn't it? Grr, help! Someone, please help! Grrr. Don't waste your energy. No one ever comes back this far, and the door's so heavy, your screams would never make it out. But that's the least of your worries. The door to the cellar's been locked, and the only key is right here. There's no getting in. If you can run fast enough, you might have a chance of making it to the door and escaping. Wanna test your luck? I doubt you can make it. Arrgh. He puts the full weight of his body into his heel, pressing down on my spine, turning my breasts into gasping sputters. I gather together all my strength, but even that isn't enough to overpower him. Now, you're going to tell me everything. What are you and the boys scheming? What's your endgame? Who else is in on it? Urgh. damn it. I don't have many options here. What can I even do in this situation? Tell me what I want to know, and maybe I'll let you live. I guess I have no choice but to tell him the truth. Alright, fine. I'll tell you everything. Just know that this isn't some attempt to beg for mercy. I came to this mansion in order to unlock the door to the observation tower and free Morgana. Mel was not the only one, or not the one who told me about her, though. I went to him and asked for his assistance. He didn't have to tell me because I already knew. Both about her and what you're doing to her, stealing her blood and making medicine from it. Who told you then? Morgana did. Morgana's soul told me everything. I am not from this time. I lived in a time after her death. It takes me several moments to process what just happened. The fire runs up my arm from my little finger, only turning into pain when it finally reaches my brain. I twist my head back to see the man on top of me holding my right hand. My finger snapped backwards at the second joint. I'll ask you again, who told you? Morgana did. She dies on the day of the Harvest Festival. Next up is your ring finger, and then your middle if you insist on keeping this up. I'm telling you the truth. She bears so much hatred, she casts a curse on your souls. I've seen what happens in your next life. Garg! Ugh. Now you're resorting to souls and next lives? Sorry, this music is pretty loud. I'm genuinely impressed. What lies are you going to cook up next, white-haired knave? If I don't set Morgana free, your souls will be enslaved for all eternity, imprisoned in this cursed mansion. When the bell tolls noon, on the day of the Harvest Festival, you'll lose everything. All of you will. You cannot escape it unless you do something. And the nun, the reason you locked Morgana up in the first place, she won't be safe either. She'll be killed. Grrrg. 2 fingers left. Can you keep up the act that long? Everything I'm saying is the truth. I've seen it all with my own 2 eyes. Why are you so insistent on maintaining this farce? Is it to protect the boy? Or do you have some other motive? Every last word is true. Continuing to lie isn't going to make this any easier. Your voice is shaking. The pain's starting to get to you, isn't it? What you're doing to Morgana, it achieves nothing. You must release her and atone for your sins. Otherwise your soul, and the souls of those you care about, will be doomed to suffering. I see what this is now. You don't have the information I want, so all you can do is spin these lies. You thick-skulled bastard. There are other options, though. Beg me for mercy. Sob like a little child, sniveling your, please don't kill me, and I don't want to die, and it hurts so bad, please stops. Grovel on the ground, you tiny, pathetic man, and if you can entertain me, maybe I'll consider it. I will never shed another tear, and I will never beg for your damn mercy. Nothing I've said to you has been a lie, some cheap attempt to fool you into letting me go. Every word of it is true. I know the sins you've burdened your soul with, I know the fate that awaits you in your next life, and I will gladly tell you every detail. Arg, arg. You're down to just your thumb. Now go on, if you're so eager to tell me. Let's hear about my supposed next life, shall we? Ugh. In your next life, you lose your memory in an accident, causing you to forget your own humanity. The innate savagery you normally keep hidden beneath a mask is released, unrestricted, and you turn into a creature no more than... No, you turn into a beast. My mask? You murder countless people, including the woman you once called your lover. Lover? Hers is a name you know very well. Pauline, your tether. My tether? How do you know that word? Because I know everything. I know what you wanted. I know what you were never able to obtain. You idolized humanity and you yearned for peace. You're telling me I kill the nun in my next life? I am. That is the fate that lies waiting for you. Her love for you is so strong, she refuses to believe you're dead. She leaves her seaside hometown in search of you, and she finds you. But you slaughter her. Did you say she lived in the city on the sea? In addition to her, you also lose someone else, a woman who tried to give you the peace you so desired, which eventually causes you to succumb entirely to this instinct. Enough! Alright, fine. Now I know what you are. You're no mere seasoned liar. You're some kind of evil spirit that deceives humans. You're peering into my heart, tailoring your lies specifically to manipulate me. I am not. I swear, I've seen everything that happens. Enough. But there's a chance you can change your fate. All you have to do is cease your involvement in Morgana's imprisonment, set her free, allay the hatred she bears for you. Are you deaf? I said I've heard enough. Release Morgana. Save your soul. Give her a better future. Silence! I think I'll take your arm off first. Cut right through your shoulder, nice and slowly. Oops, hold on. Uh-oh, I missed some lines here. Don't! Your arg. It's really on point. I can't do like these pained noises. It'll still be attached for a while yet, don't you worry. You hear that, spirit? That's the sound of your flesh ripping apart, the sound of your muscles being severed. Arg. Arg. Ha, not gonna be doing much talking anymore, are you? Not through the pain, you aren't. Arg. Ah! Plead for your life, spirit. Beg for mercy. Admit it was all a sham. Apologize. Let the room fill with your cries of agony. Nothing was a sham. Every last word, it's all the truth. I'll rip that head right off your shoulders. I don't care who or what you are anymore. You're dead. You will do no such thing. Oh, it was Pauline. Get back! You will not harm him further. Pauline. What are you doing here, Pauline? I told you to stay away. And the door was locked. I opened it. You! One of Nellie's hairpins was long enough to get into the lock and undo it, so he lockpicked it. She won't be getting much use out of it anymore, though. Busted up pretty badly in the process. The locks on the tower door are too complex, but the one here is a lot simpler. Bet you never expected me to go cat burglar on you, huh? You stupid boy! Oh, what was your question last night again? Something about being on the edge of a cliff or whatever? Well, here's your answer. I'll do everything I can to save both of them. Oh yeah, he was asked if whether he would save his sister or to save Michelle if they were on the cliff. So there you go. Male voice. You'll do no such thing. Oh, it's Pauline. Well, I didn't know who it was because it was question marks here. I see, sometimes I don't know what voice to pull up when you're playing a game blind. See? Question mark. You will do no such thing. No, I know. So it's like, I can only just make a best guess or make like a neutral voice. Neutral voice. This is terrible. How could you? Oh my, you're badly hurt. Sit tight, I'll call for a doctor. Don't worry about me. You need to talk to him. To get him to talk. We've got to do something about you, though. I'll get that wound patched up at least, until you can get it properly checked out. Thank you. Was it you who went to get Pauline? No, I ran into her while I was looking for you, which is when she told me she was looking for him. Neither of us were having any luck, so we scoured the mansion together, and when we reached the stairs of the cellar and heard the screaming, my worst fears were confirmed. So I picked a lock and here we are. Sorry we didn't make it sooner. This could have been avoided. God, looking at what he did to you, there's so much blood on your fingers. No, you made it just in time. My arm's still attached and I'm not dead. Neither of which would be true without you. So, I guess that means I actually did something good for once? Did something for someone other than myself? That you did. So, everything Michelle said is true? The Lord isn't storing his valuables in the tower? He's got a girl locked out there? Well, is it true or not? It's still the Lord's property either way. The church is being funded with her miracle blood, so that makes her valuable, yes. So you're saying I've been handing out human blood? And telling people it was medicine? Not human. Witch. No, Morgana is a human girl. She hasn't become a witch yet, at least not here. All this time I've been lying to the people who believe in me, without even knowing what I was doing. So I was looking at your emote, Sioane. The glasses he's wearing kind of reminds me of a Gurren Lagann. Maybe? Is that... I think it is like a Gurren Lagann reference. Maybe. Like you said, you didn't know. You haven't done anything wrong. Ignorance doesn't excuse sin. All that time I spent with you and I didn't notice anything wrong. That was the idea. You weren't supposed to notice anything. It's not your fault I deceived you. It's unreasonable to think you should have been able to. All that... You did it to help me though, didn't you? Like a stupid little girl, I assumed it was all out of the good of your heart. Never once stopping to think any deeper than that about where it was all coming from. Maria was right. I was blind. I was content to be pleased about the people I thought it was helping. I want you to do something for me. I want you to set this girl, set Morgana free. Please, do not make your sins any greater than they already are. But without the witch's blood, we lose the Lord's patronage and then the church. What good is a church that isn't actually saving anyone? Actually, no. That's avoiding the point entirely. What do you mean? To tell you the truth, I never really cared about the church at all. You what? How can you say that when you've always been so unconditionally charitable, even if it meant giving away food or money you needed yourself? People call you the saintess because that's what you are, a saint. It's true, I do that. But the fact is, I'm no saint. I don't deserve to be held up as one, nor do I belong in that position. I'm just an ordinary girl. I never wanted to be a nun, you know. I just didn't have any other options available to me. And I sure didn't have the confidence to make it out there on my own like Maria. So I did as I was told, and to keep myself from thinking it was a mistake, and from feeling dissatisfied with that choice, I put everything I had into my responsibilities to the church. Pauline used to party hard, lol. My unconditional charity was rooted entirely in selfishness. And the longer I kept it up, the harder it became to stop. I forgot what I really wanted. And what would that be? A normal, happy life as an ordinary girl. In a city on the water. What? That's what you said your dream was, for your next life. Ah, right. Yeah, a quiet life with the man I love. You might get that wish, in fact. Huh? That's what you said, wasn't it? That in her next life, she lives in the city by the sea? That is correct. In your next life, Pauline, you are not a nun. You are an ordinary girl who lives in a seaside city. A sweet, cheerful, energetic girl who wears her heart on her sleeve. You have both your mother and father. You please. The popcorns? The popcorns? I haven't had popcorn in a while. I actually haven't had anything to eat. Maybe I should have something to eat. Wait, I didn't read that part. You have both your mother and father. And I? So you believe me now? I don't know. Your claims are utterly ridiculous. But it's getting harder to think you're lying. If that's what you really wanted, Pauline. Whoops. What should I have done instead? I envied what you had. That solace. The last thing I wanted was for you to lose it. But you're saying you found no peace in that life? That's right. So what should I have done? I wanted you to take me away from this place, somewhere far away. I wanted you to make it so I could be Pauline, not Marie. That would have been my ideal life. To live with you, to have a family with you. How? How was I supposed to know? You couldn't possibly have known, I realize that. And that makes me every bit as complicit as you. Set Morgana free. I will be expected to pay for my crimes. That itself is not a problem. I have every intention of facing the consequences. We have done terrible, gruesome things. I don't know what the usual punishment for such is in this land. But if I had to guess, I would say execution. And me being an outsider makes it easier for people to place the blame on me. The nun face? Well, what about the nun face? That's Pauline. I won't be able to take you away. Oh, that's so sad story. He's willing to face up to his, like, crimes? In the next life. We'll find each other again in our next lives, okay? What a sad life. What a sad story! She's always gasming? Oh, is she? I don't know. She always has gasm face? I never noticed that. Do you all have a thing for none? No, I think he's just noticing that she always has gasm face on. Maybe because she's always exclaiming? I don't know. As I'm sure you've heard, my involvement in this conspiracy ends here. I'm glad to hear you've decided to take action. Sorry about your fingers and arm. He goes and fucking tortures him, breaks all his fingers, and nearly severs his arm off, and this is all he has to say about it. Like, immediately he turns around to him and he's like, I'm sorry. I'm still alive. That's what matters. I would forgive, would you? The third key is in the Lord's possession. You said you needed it by noon of the Harvest Festival, yes? Which means we need to act quickly. I would say you need it well before noon hits, because that's when Morgana dies. And you need to, like, save her before she dies, right? Well, he said sorry for the fingers and the arm. At least he said sorry. That's correct. We must set for Morgana free before the bell tolls noon tomorrow. Then tonight, that's the next time the Lord will be here. Tonight, I'll kill him and take his key. Wait! No, we're not shedding any blood to get his key. Do you remember what I said a few minutes ago about not committing any further sins? He is not likely to hand over the key without a fight, though. We need to convince him, not to force his hands. He's all like, okay, he's all like, I'm ready to face my crimes. Okay, let's kill this guy. It's like, well, I guess if he's gonna face the music, his viewpoint on it is like, might as well just keep going. Did I read this? We need to convince him, not force his hand. No, I did. Besides, simply opening the door is not enough. Why not? My goal here is to save Morgana's souls. In order to do that, I need to pacify at least some degree of or degree of the hatred she bears in it. A hatred rooted in her perception of you and the things you've done to her. I need to change that perception. I am not quite following. What do you mean by change her perception? For you and the Lord to tell your stories, to describe what happened from your perspectives. You want my perspective? I do. Something in your motivations or your circumstances might serve to lessen the animosity she holds for you. The greater the discrepancy in what she believes to be the truth and the full story with everyone's perspectives included, the greater the chance she may have a change of heart. Okay, I now understand what you want from me. However, my perspective will do nothing to serve that end. There is no ambiguity, no justification for my actions. Regardless, I would still like to know the whole truth if you're willing to tell me your part of it. Okay, I'll come by your room later today. Hey, is it alright if I'm there too? Sorry, I would rather if you weren't. Why? Everything you need to know, I've told you already. I captured a witch. No, I captured a young girl for profit and imprisoned her in a tower. My motivation, as I said, was to keep your church funded. Those are the facts. The things I did along the way were brutal and inhumane. I hope you can understand. Why, I wouldn't want the woman I love to hear any of that. Oh, he's finally admitting that he loves Pauline. Finally! I understand. I'll see you again later in the day. I'll be waiting. Sorry, I can't decide how to differentiate the swordsman's voice and Michelle's voice. I know they sound similar. Well, I should get going too. You're gonna need medication and something to get that arm dressed properly, and if there's anything else I can get you, let me know. If you want to see a doctor, I'll find you the best one I can. I'm so sorry for ever doubting you. No, I understand. I'm glad you came at all. Me too. Well, see you. I'm kinda surprised. He's actually got a soft spot, huh? And I was sure you were full of it when you said the two of them had a thing going. What does she see in a guy like him anyway? She's got bad taste in guys, that's for sure. What? What's with that look? Just admiring your rather inappropriate remarks. Sorry, I was just so relieved. It kind of came out. It's okay. You almost got a smile out of me. I've never seen you smile before. I blame being relieved too. Now, would you mind helping me get back to my room? Sure, no problem. My shoulder's all yours. You know, you really are something else, Michelle. I could hear you through the door as I was getting it opened, and honestly, I'm amazed you were able to stand up to him like that. I don't want to get my hopes up too high just yet, but I'm starting to think you might actually be able to do something about the Lord. That's reassuring. Thank you. Sure. Anyway, let's get going. You should get as much rest as you can until he shows up. Well, I mean, you should be going to see a doctor with these wounds. Oh yeah, Nellie's been worried sick about you all day. I have to tell her not to pounce on you because I'm sure she'll come running as soon as she hears we found you. Aw, all's well that ends well. Giselle, you were right. I do have people here who will support me. People who are grateful for me and who show concern for me. But you have to know, Giselle, that it's your voice I want to hear more than anyone else's. Why can I not hear you? Hello, Secret. Good morning. How you doing, man? Where are you, Giselle? Giselle. Where is she? She disappeared. It's almost sunset. Looks like the snow didn't stick. You couldn't actually see the snow last night, could you, Giselle? Was that when the light started fading from the sphere of darkness encasing you? Or had it been going on even longer than that? Why didn't you say anything? Not a word. I don't believe you're gone for good. You're still out there somewhere. I know it. And I will come for you. I swear it. Oh, Giselle disappeared, I guess, last night, somehow. Just a moment. Here I am, as promised. I heard you talking, so I thought there was someone with you. But you're alone? It's only me, yes. I see. As I told you earlier, my perspective on events will do nothing to change Morgana's mind. I would still like to hear what you have to say. All right. Not being from this land, I don't believe in the local god, nor do I think priests and preachers any better than con artists. Where did that come from? What I'm trying to say is, if I give a confessional, it won't be to another human. You're an angel. Come again? The angel from the stained glass window. That's you, isn't it? Oh, wait. How on earth did you come to that conclusion? I was thinking about everything you said earlier, in the cellar. The fact that you knew about Morgana, the fact that you could see into my heart, and in particular, all your talk about saving people's souls. Salvation is not man's job. Which means you must be something else. I will tell you everything. Every foolish mistake, every terrible crime. And in exchange, I would like you to tell me what I am to do next to lead me down the path I am to take. I terrify myself. With every passing day, my ability to tell what direction I'm supposed to be heading dulls. So after I tell my story, I want you to do that for me. Please, will you show me the way? I can no more decide the path you take more than you. But you saw into my heart. Giselle, if you were here, you would encourage me to agree to his request, wouldn't you? Wait, what did I hear? It sounded like there was like background noise. It's so deathly quiet here. There's no music or anything. This is the first time it's wait, like, hold on. Why is it so quiet here? Yeah, there's no soundtrack here. Okay. I can't guarantee that anything I will have to say will be of use, but I will do the best I can to lead you in the right direction. Thank you. Now, before I begin, there's one thing I need to clarify. I am not in love with Pauline. She does play an important role in my life, though. That much is true. She's your tether. Exactly. I suppose you could say, admire her. She's everything I am not, everything I cannot be. Is that something I should tell her, you think? That I don't love her? That I'm incapable of feeling love? Should I tell her that knowing she genuinely loves me? My instinct tells me I shouldn't. I know very well I am lying to her, but there are circumstances in which a lie is preferable to the truth, are there not? With that said, I'm ready to begin. You have my full attention. Story time! All these stories. Okay, I'm not gonna really do this in his voice, I'm just gonna read normally. As you know, I'm not from this land. The issue is, I don't know any more about where I came from than you. I remember the Silk Road stretching out before me as far as the eye can see, clouds of dust wisping across the bare dirt trail. That endless expanse of red earth remains branded into the very fabric of my mind. But beyond that, most of my memories are gone. I can only clearly remember the last 5 years or so of my life. In my oldest real memory, I was a slave. I didn't work on some nobleman's estate, but instead I did physical labor, construction work. I built roads and buildings, tore down hills and mountains. Wait, this sounds like what was that word? For a type of slave, and they did work in lieu of like paying taxes. So they would like conscript them to like do like, you know, public roads and stuff like that for lords. That's where it was decided someone built like I am would be the most use, I suppose. And while I doubt I need to tell you this, living conditions were miserable. Other slaves withered away and died on a daily basis. Working in Noble's estate would have been easier without a doubt, if only for the fact I would have a specific master. I don't remember anything about my life before becoming a slave. All I have are those few images from which I can guess I was part of a caravan, or perhaps a messenger. I vaguely remember being waylaid. We were vastly outnumbered, massacred with little resistance, or at least I assume that's what happened. When I next woke up, I had been stripped bare and was surrounded by men I didn't recognize. The words they spoke were gibberish to my ears, but I could tell from their tone of voice and expressions that the things they were saying were not friendly. They seemed to be mocking me, laughing at me. As you might expect, I'd attempted to protest, but evidently I'd been beaten quite badly while I was unconscious. My joints were stiff and swollen on top of my dehydration, so I could barely move, let alone put up a fight. As strong as I might have been at full health, I was in no condition to do anything then. You have no idea what that's like. How it feels to be abused and humiliated, desperate for food and water. Oh, I see. So, as I was saying, I was a slave for one grueling, torturous year. No one treated me like a human being. There was no one from the same part of the world as me. And there was no one to come to my aid. Over time I came to learn their language, though I can only speak it. I don't know how to read or write. But to be honest, I think I was happier not understanding what people were saying about me. They had many words to describe me, none of them flattering. Some of them would even call me beast. And the longer I was treated as something less than human, the more I began to question whether I really was one. A darkness grew inside me with each repeated insult. I wanted to make them pay for the daily abuse. And who wouldn't? The desire to exact vengeance when you've been mistreated is only natural. It's perfectly reasonable. Hold on. But they were right about what I was deep down, a beast, and my revenge went far beyond what could be considered reasonable. Ooh, new picture. 4 years ago, I was sitting in a carriage as it rattled down a dirt road. This was not the kind of carriage you rode around town in, but a filthy slave transport. It was packed from the front to back with slaves, or soon-to-be slaves, I suppose I should say. They were men, young women, and even children. Everyone wore a look of hopelessness on their faces. No one had the strength left to resist. They looked like me a year earlier, deprived of food and water and beaten into submission. The slave traders' guards are armed, of course. Swords hanging from their hips, ready to cut down anyone who showed any sign of resistance. So they sat there, lamenting their fate. Sitting beside me was a young girl crying in silence. Glancing over at her, I caught a glimpse of her face. Huge chunks of skin seemed to have fallen off it. Oh, he was in the slave carriage with Morgana. This is his encounter with Morgana. It was, suffice to say, an unusual sight, but beyond that I didn't think much of it. I didn't find it disturbing or unpleasant, perhaps because I had a similarly unusual appearance. What caught my attention, though, was the way she was crying. I'm not sure how to describe it, but it seemed different somehow. From everyone else crying in the carriage, it almost was like her tears were not for herself. Why are you crying? At my question, the girl turned her head up to look at me. Surprise crossed her face for a few brief seconds, but that was her only reaction to my appearance. I assume her thought process was roughly the same as mine, so she felt no need to fear me. After a moment's hesitation, she said, I'm sad because I didn't get the chance to show my gratitude to people very dear to me. Her response perplexed me to no end. Why was she concerned about showing gratitude? Why was she not despairing of her own circumstances? Why was that the emotion that gripped her in that moment, not hatred for the slave trader or sorrow for herself? To this day, I still don't understand. But that wasn't the only thing I found curious. Her voice, despite being soft, cut through the crying and wailing of the other slaves. I pictured it like a single patch of clear water in the middle of a swamp, untainted by its surroundings, gently undulating. One sentence was all she said, but there was something unbelievably calming about the sound of it. For a moment, I was filled with a sense of tranquility, and though you may not believe it, I wanted to get her out of that filthy carriage, to undo the shackles threatening to taint her, and so I took action, driven by that desire. This is no lie, I promise. No, don't kill me! Please, you can have all my money. You can go free if that's what you want. I'll apologize. Anything. Haha. Why are you laughing? Please spare me. I have a wife and children, please. I'm begging you. And why? Oops. Should I care? Holding a sword in my hand felt amazingly right. Whatever work I once did must have required me to use a blade. Even with the shackles still around my wrist, I had little trouble slaughtering the slave traders and the guards. They let their guard down because we were restrained. The thought of anyone resisting never once crossed their minds. Dead bodies sprawled out around me. Corpses I had made, lives I had snuffed out. Look at this. See? No one can defeat me. Ha ha ha. They stood no chance against my strength. Ha 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 ha. Hee hee. Ha 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 ha. More giggling. More. I need more. I need more. I don't have the words to describe the high it gave me. Killing those men, the power I felt over them. I was driven mad by the stench of blood filling the air. No, it just drew out what was always there. If it weren't already deranged, the corpses would have had nothing to stimulate in the first place. After taking the keys off of one of the slave traders, I returned to the carriage, doing my best to act calm and suppress the bubbling exhilaration. Hey, you, unlock my shackles for me. I would do it myself if I could. You. Say something, would you? Haha. But she said nothing, simply removing my shackles as commanded. If she had said even one word, let me hear that curiously calming voice of hers, then in all likelihood, I probably would have stopped there. But she remained perfectly silent. Everyone was in shock at what they had just witnessed, her included. In time, though, the slaves started cheering. The same people who had been wailing minutes earlier were now shouting praises. Our savior! You are our savior! We're free to go home! We can have our lives back! Undo our shackles, please! I am a beast. What? I am not a savior. I am not a man. I'm a beast. Good morning. This is like 14 minutes later after Secret said good morning. But good morning, radio. How you doing? Isn't that right? I am a beast, aren't I? Oh, what are you? More I need. I need more. I thirst for more. Why are you pointing your... I need more! Gosh. In that moment, the last of my reason dissolved. I went into a frenzy, slaughtering the helpless slaves I had never intended to kill. I was euphoric. I couldn't get enough. I reveled in it. Never before I had felt such utter ecstasy. The cries for mercy as I ripped through them were delicious. The look of fear in their eyes, the way their faces twisted, the splatters of blood around their mouths open in screams, the despair that filled them. I didn't care anymore that they were just as much victims as me, that they had suffered the same abuse and humiliation. All of that was buried beneath the waves of bliss that ravished me. Everyone who asked to be spared, I skewered. I worked my way around the inside of the carriage, killing dozens upon dozens of slaves. Heads went rolling off shoulders, hot geysers of blood spewing from open necks. I was practically wading through blood by that point. Some bodies I completely dismembered, others I disemboweled, leaving their entrails to hang out of their open guts. All of them had looks of agony frozen onto their faces as death took them. Good morning, Inky. Good morning, radioactive orca. I don't know if I was unconsciously avoiding her or if it was just a coincidence, but the girl was the only one left alive. She of course hadn't been spared the mess, so she sat there, drenched in sticky red gore. Her lips appeared to be trembling, though I couldn't tell for sure with so much of her skin missing. The fire inside me still burned white hot, which was the reason I had done any of this in the first place. I had stood up because I wanted to set her free, but my original intentions were long since gone from my mind. Raw pleasure overwhelmed any sense of reason. Good afternoon, kittens. Good morning, Harrison. It's actually still morning for me. It's 10 to 11, so good morning. Oh wait, if it's afternoon for you, then I guess you're not in Pacific Standard Time. I approached the girl, pointing the sword at her neck. Well, good morning then. Well, good afternoon to you then, or konnichiwa. I expected her to scream, to beg for her life like the others, but she did nothing, simply stared up at me. Why didn't you run? At my question, the girl finally spoke. Why did you kill them? The sound of her voice quelled the furor within me. It baffled me. I had no control over it, yet this strange girl could pacify me with a single utterance. The words she used didn't matter. It was her voice. She could have called me a monster, and it would have had the same effect. Because I felt like it. I couldn't explain my reason for murdering the slaves. I didn't have the words to express the things that drove me. All I could tell her was that I did it because I felt like it. And why haven't you killed me yet? I couldn't find a sure answer for that question in my somewhat rattled mind either. In retrospect, I realize now that her voice was my first tether, but at the time, I had no idea why I didn't take her life in my frenzy. I had killed other children, other women, young, old, sad, miserable, it didn't matter. Nothing had so much as prickled my conscience. I don't know, I said, and then I stepped off the carriage and walked away, left with questions I couldn't answer. Was I really a beast? Was unleashing my innate savagery and reveling in the massacre of helpless people really all I wanted? I didn't know. After escaping from the slave traders, I became something of a bandit. I had no hope of anyone taking me in. Not only was I a murderer, I was a foreigner. Nor did I have any chance of finding decent work. So I lived by the sword, killing and plundering. The money I honestly didn't give a damn about. I had no desire to be wealthy. It was simply a matter of survival, that and quenching my thirst. I went on for about 3 years like that. Until finally encountering something I couldn't defeat with my sword. No amount of muscle was enough to protect myself from disease. One day I woke up with the chills, my vision blurry, barely able to move my own limbs. I set off for a nearby village hoping to see a doctor, but my body didn't last that long. I collapsed on the side of the road, drained of my last strength. It was a moderately busy road at that, so I assumed I had made it close to the city. Dozens of people passed by, silently pretending not to see anything. I didn't look like someone a respectable person would want to involve themselves with in normal circumstances. So, it was no surprise they weren't interested in this sick, filthy foreign man. Hell, I couldn't remember the last time I had bathed. It was hard to look at me, let alone get anywhere near me. This is where I'm going to die, I thought. It seemed like a suitable end to a mad, murderous monster's life, withering away on the side of the road beneath sneering passers-by. The fact that I was still alive at all after 3 years of leeching off other people's lives was, itself, wrong. I didn't lament my impending demise. I accepted that such was the way of the world. But then, I glanced up to see a woman in a nun's habit looking down at me. Are you all right? Are you sick? I'm going to check your temperature, okay? Wow, you're burning up. You shouldn't be out here in this condition. Wait, is this the gasm face? I guess it kind of looks like a gasm face. Did you not have anywhere to go? Don't worry, I've got you covered. There's a church not too far from here. Hang in there just a little longer and you'll be fine. And what is your God going to do for me? He helps people in need? Haha. It's not very big, but we've always got room for people who need it. Oops. You can rest up in one of the open beds, and I should be able to get you a little something to eat. I promise it'll be better than staying out here at any rate. Can you stand? Not a problem. We can do this together. Put your arm around my shoulders. The church isn't that far. We can do it. You are going to carry me? Yep. It'll be fine. We'll make it, one way or another. Aw, Pauline. Almost. We're almost there. Just a little longer. I'm heavy, aren't I? Very, very heavy, but that's not a problem. I can do anything if I put my mind to it. Just throw me into a ditch. Now, God doesn't like his children talking like that. Almost there, we're almost there. So, how are you feeling? Better, I hope? I've left some applesauce on this bedstand if you're feeling up to eating anything. And you're welcome to stay here as long as you need to. Why did you help me? Because that's what people do. They help each other. That's not what most people do. I like to think it is. You church people are exceptions. I'm not sure I agree with that. This woman is only showing me compassion because she doesn't know what I am. She wouldn't be so friendly if she knew I was a madman and a murderer. If there's anything else you want, just let me know. I can't make you any fancy dinners, but if it's something I can get, I will. Could you tell me your name? I'm Marie. Marie. After, who was it? The Virgin? You're not familiar with the Virgin Mary? Just look at me. I'm clearly not from these parts. Yeah, I can see that. So, that would make you a traveler, huh? You speak the language really well, though. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break, and feed my cats. So I'll be back in like 5-10 minutes. Welcome back. I'm just about to leave. I'm about to leave, so I'll be back. I'll be back in like 5-10 minutes. Enjoy the commercial break. I'm back. Oh, I didn't put the FK up. Oh well. Oops. Oops. No, I just went to feed my cats and grab some breakfast. And I was just waiting to cook my egg. Yes, I clicked on it, but I guess I clicked incorrectly on it. You were worried. Imposter killed Inky and is pretending to be her. Oh no. I mean, there is no face cam, so you couldn't prove it. So you're right, it could be an imposter. Oh well. I take it you've been here a while then. Yes, I have. How exciting! So when you're feeling better, maybe you could tell me about the country you're from? Or you came from? I've never been far from home, so I'm curious what it's like elsewhere. Tell me something only kittens would know. My name is Inky? But everyone knows it. I don't know. How would you know anything that only I would know, though? Imposter! There's nothing I could tell you. It could be anything. Tell me about yourself if you want. I'm even less inclined to do that. Yeah, better soon, Kay? I'm looking forward to hearing all about it. I'm not sure there's anyone else out there deserving of the Virgin Mary's name. What was that? Your name. It suits you. Oh, no, not at all. I'm incredibly flattered to hear you say that, but I hardly live up to the name. Also, thank you for welcoming back, Omni. The gasm face? That wasn't her gasm face, was it? The one that she was stuck on? What's your name, by the way? I have no name. You don't? If you want something to call me by, you can choose a name for me. Anything you want. I am nameless. You give me a name. I think you should be the one to choose your name. I'd be more than happy to help, though. But you should go with the name you think is best. I see. Well, I should get going. I'll be around if you need anything. Just holler. Bye then. How am I supposed to choose a name for myself when I don't know anything about me? I recovered quickly with a proper bed and a roof over my head. Out on the road, I had been certain I stood no chance, but I was back on my feet after only 3 days at the church. My body was more resilient than even I knew, and now that I was back in health, I had no intention of sticking around. Thank you for everything. I would be dead if it weren't for you. No thanks necessary. I'm just glad to see you're feeling better. There's no need to be in such a rush to leave, you know? Stay a bit longer. Make sure everything's alright. I guess this is kind of a gasm face. I'm not going to stay any longer than necessary. If you're sure. Take this as payment for the food and lodgings. I can't accept that, no. We don't charge for charity. Charity is not free. You paid for it. Let me pay you back. I can't. Please, take the money. If you insist, I can accept it as a tithe. A tithe? Think of it like a donation to the church. Like you said, the work we do isn't free. Alright then, a tithe it is. Thank you. And may God bless you for your generosity. So long. Hey, if you're ever in the area, maybe you could stop by sometime? I never did get the chance to have that talk with you, and I was really looking forward to it too. I'll just cause you more trouble. What? No, you wouldn't. What makes you think that? Are you afraid you'll scare people off because you look different? I really don't think you need to be worried about that. It's not just my appearance. Do you mean it? That I won't be any trouble having me around? I absolutely mean it. Okay. I'll Consider it. Wonderful! I can't wait to see you again. Yeah. Believe me, I knew I had no place involving myself with her. A killer making himself comfortable in the house of God? I don't even believe in their deity, and I still knew that was nothing if not extremely disrespectful. The money I had donated to the church wasn't even clean. It was stolen. I didn't even feel the slightest bit guilty about it, though. I was more than conscious of what I was doing, but none of that mattered to me. She just smiled when she took it. Or she had smiled when she took it. That was enough. Seeing the nun's smile put my heart at ease, much like the sound of the slave girl's voice had several years ago. It restrained me, suppressed my urges. That smiling face was my new tether. I had always believed that I was at my happiest while torturing people, that my thirst for murder was ingrained in my soul, but as exhilarating as taking others' lives was, there was a part of me that yearned for peace. I had gotten a taste of that with her, and I wanted more. Even knowing I had no place in that world, that peace was something I would never attain. Still, I longed for it. Why am I already looking up names for my children? I don't know. Curiosity? Oops. It started with brief visits every few months. In time, though, their frequency began to increase. Soon, it was once a month, then twice, then once a week. The length of my visits gradually grew as well. Every time I showed up, the nun greeted me with a smile, quenching my thirst without the need for blood. I like Old Norse names, like Odin, or, I can't think of any more. Freya, or, I'm trying to think of the one with the L. I don't even know if I want to have children. Okay. Yeah, you're looking at kids' names. The more we went, the more I endeavored to be a normal man around her, or to play the part of one. I thought that if I acted like there was nothing wrong with me, then I wouldn't be out of place at her side. Yggdrasil? I can't even pronounce that word. That name. Yggdrasil? Gadril? If it's a girl, Gunhild sounds good. Means war and battle. I see. I wanted to feel like I belonged in that peaceful world where she lived. Ah! It's the giant man! Hurry! The giant man's here! Sorry, I can't do kids' voices. I don't know how to spell. Then I wouldn't know how to pronounce it either. Plus, it actually sounds similar to my name by some weird coincidence. Oh, I see. Gunther? Is your name Gunther? Your name's Gunther, isn't it? Giant. Ah, hello there. I was beginning to think you weren't coming this week. I was having trouble deciding on what to bring you. You're always welcome here, you know. You don't have to bribe yourself in. But I appreciate it, thank you. I wouldn't feel right if I didn't bring something. I brought a variety of fruits for you today, so you can share them with the children. Hehe, they'll be delighted. Thank you so much. It's nothing, really. So, have you decided on a name for yourself yet? It's been months without naming himself? No, what the fuck is Gunter? But my name ain't Norse, it's just a mix of my parents. I really mean it when I say that it sounds super close to Gunhild, so I find it funny. Gunhild? I have no idea then. I couldn't pretend to guess at what your name would be. Even with that clue. Nothing at all? It makes talking to you a little awkward not having anything to call you. In that case, the giant man is as good as anything. Did he get under your skin? A little. I'm not that big, am I? We're all giants to little kids. I do wish I'd be a little less blunt about it sometimes, though. Indeed. I suppose it's better than them being afraid of me. The children here have strong nerves. They're ordinary kids. You're just not a scary person. They only assume I'm harmless because I'm with you. What? You make it sound like you actually are dangerous or something. Because I am. Don't get worked up about it. The only thing different about us is our race. Everything else is exactly the same. Well, gender too. You'll have a waifu? But my wife would probably argue on the name. Lol. What the fuck I'm saying? I'm showing high school. No, I'm having some type of crisis. I've heard of a quarter life crisis, but I've never heard of like adulthood, cusp of adulthood crises. I am not so sure. See, look, you're thinking up of names for your kid, and the swordsman can't even think up of a name for himself. So it's like you're thinking way ahead. He doesn't even have a name for himself. How decadent of you, radio. You must have had some pretty awful experiences because of your appearance, then, to make you so concerned about it. I wish I could say I understood your pain. That's not necessary. But if I could, then maybe I'd feel a little closer to you. If only I could be even half the same race as you. Wait. Oh, I said that in the wrong voice. If only I could be even half the same race as you. You have nothing to gain from being more like me. You don't think so? I think there's a lot that would be nice about it. I would probably have really pretty black hair at least. Oh, so in this life she's not even like Asian or anything like that. So in her next life she actually ends up being Asian. That's kind of funny. So she doesn't have long black hair in this life of hers. If I'm ever reborn, I'd like to be more like you. Why are you so obsessed with being like me? I just am? Oh. Yeah. And that's that. Oh. And that was about the time I started noticing the feelings she had for me. At first, I thought I was simply being egotistical. There was no way a woman like her would be interested in a man like me. But I couldn't think of any other explanation for the way she looked at me. Back then, I believed I loved her too. And that, if we could be together as man and woman, that I would finally be able to attain the peace I so sought. That I could wash my hands of the killer within me, defeat the urges once and for all. That I could step out of the darkness I had lived in for so long. That I would be able to see the light. That I would be able to experience love like any other ordinary man. So in the name of that hope, I took action. That foolish, naive hope. What are we doing out here so late at night? Sorry for asking you to meet me on such short notice. I hope it wasn't too much trouble sneaking out. It certainly wasn't easy. So, you had something to tell me? What I'm about to tell you, every last word is sincere. And then, once you've heard me out, I want you to turn me down. What? Over these past few months, I've come to at least somewhat understand the responsibilities and restrictions placed on you as a nun. But even ignoring the obligations you have, I know good and well I'm not a suitable match for you. Which is why, as I've said, I would like you to turn me down. I still want to hear it. I love you. I fell for you the moment I first saw you. I know I don't deserve to be anywhere near you, but every time we met, my desire to be with you grew stronger and stronger until it was out of my control. Turn me down, Marie, please, and I will stop trying to get close to you. I'm not Marie. You're not what? My real name is Pauline. Pauline? Marie is my baptismal name, It's not the name I was given at birth. I love you too. I fell for you the moment I first laid eyes on you. Oh, love at first sight, guys. I know it's forbidden, but I want to be with you too. Any free time I have, I want to spend it with you. I'm glad to hear you say that. Thank you for being honest with me. No, thank you for not turning me down. So, thank you for not listening to me, basically. Hehe, talk about an anxious day. When you asked me to meet you out here tonight, I wondered if that might be what it was about. I felt like my heart was going to explode all day. Heart explode? Guys get nervous about telling girls how they feel too, don't they? Yeah, we do. Until now, I had no idea falling in love was so hard on the nerves. Just thinking about you makes my mind turn to mush. It's hard to work like that, you know? Is it really that stressful? Is it like that for you too? Yeah. Thinking about you makes it impossible to concentrate. Hehe. Tell me something. Or wait, it's his voice. Tell me something. I mean, Pauline. What is it? How exactly is it hard on your nerves? What? How exactly? It's like, I'm in the clouds and I want to scream and I want to jump into a lake, like, all at the same time. That doesn't help me much. Could you be a little more specific? Really? Are you trying to embarrass me? It's like my whole body gets really hot. You mean you get aroused? Aroused? No, to put it bluntly, yes. I see. You're a real jerk, you know. You shouldn't go around trying to humiliate ladies. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Oh, you. Well, that was insightful. So, I'm not in love with her, or romantically attracted to her, or even physically attracted to her. All I want from her is her smile. Being around her doesn't arouse me. In fact, it does exactly the opposite. My fire burns brightest when I'm not with her. It all makes sense now. I just want someone to keep me placated. I am disturbed through and through. A murderer and a beast. Haha. See? That's why I didn't want to say anything. I knew you would laugh at me. I'm sorry. I truly am. I did ultimately get what I wanted out of the arrangement. She became my tether, became an invaluable part of my life even though I had no real love for her. When I was with her, I was at peace. That said, her presence didn't completely rid me of my urges. I was still occasionally struck with bouts of insatiable thirst, overwhelming desire to mutilate anyone who came into my line of sight. And sometimes Pauline became the object of that desire. It goes without saying that I never did draw my sword on her, but I had no way of knowing when I might lose control, and if I ever did kill her, then there would be nothing left to keep me from regressing completely into a beast. Pauline and I arranged regular nighttime meetings, though never once did I tell her how I truly felt, and I had no intention to either. When I was with her, I was in the role of her lover. She never questioned my love for her, and expressing hers for me caused her to smile even more than normal. The happier she was, the more beneficial it was to me. Spending time with her in this capacity, I was able to gain a deeper understanding of what kind of person Pauline was. She was a deeply generous and compassionate woman. While I now understand her near-compulsive deeds of charity were a result of the stress and uncertainty she felt about herself at the time, I believe she was doing it because she genuinely wanted to. I believe she wanted to save absolutely everyone, to be the saintess she had become to be known as. She gave assistance to anyone who sought it from her without question, and as a result the church's coffers quickly dried up. Her God did not supply her with an endless store of bread and wine, either. In the end, any endeavor, no matter the intentions, requires money. In time, her generosity turned excessive, self-destructive. She would even skip meals so that others could eat. In retrospect, that was probably my fault too. As I pushed her toward wanting to be a regular girl, she pushed back against that desire by being even more charitable. Soon her actions started making the other nuns' lives difficult. giving her a less than favorable reputation within the church. Still, she would tell me when we met up how she wished she could help even more people. If doing so would give her peace, and if I could be a part of that peace, then I wanted to grant her wish. But what could a killer like me do to help? Petty thievery wouldn't make me nearly enough money to keep a church and orphanage running, and a raid large enough in scale to do so would inevitably be traced back to the source, which would ruin the church forever. I was a murderer to acquire such a large sum of money. I was ready to jump at any opportunity that presented itself, when I received a summons from the Lord. The nun wine shop. Sorry, I'm just eating right now. Okay, how did I do the Lord's voice? I take it you're the Oriental man who's been buzzing around a local church of late? When I first saw the Lord, I was surprised at just how young he looked. There couldn't have been more than a couple years difference between us. I'd envisioned him as an elderly, or at the very least, a middle-aged man. That would be me, yes. What of it? Who do you think you're talking to, you impudent rat? Show some damned respect. Apologies. I am not familiar with the local customs or language. Very well, then. You're fortunate I'm such an understanding man. Now, for the reason I called you here. You're the one who killed that cart full of slaves 4 years ago, aren't you? So you know about that. Ha! I wasn't actually sure it was you, but now I have confirmation. Since then, one slave of Far Eastern origin has remained unaccounted for. I take it that would be you? That's right. You made one hell of a mess out there. Am I here to be punished? That depends on how our talk goes. If you think I'm going back to being a slave, you're fooling yourself. Pfft, I don't need any more damn slaves, and I certainly don't want you as one. You're obviously not finding any respectable work, being an ex-slave, so I take it you're still in the business of getting your hands dirty, are you not? I assume you're playing cat burglar or something, living off whatever you can swipe from the nearest unlucky bastard. Correct. Isn't it comical, then, that you would choose God's sacred house to stretch your legs in, you filthy dog? I absolutely agree. I thought that would get a reaction out of you, but it seems you've got no bite in you today. Never mind, let's get down to business. You're gonna help me out with a little something I'm working on. Help you with what exactly? Something that's gonna make me a lot of money. If you lend a hand, I'll make sure you're well taken care of, along with the church you're so fond of and the nun you've taken a liking to. That nun of yours has made quite the name for herself. Out in the city prosper, people have started calling her the Saintess. They're right about that. She is. Ha! The commoners love their heroes and saints. They eat that rubbish right up. But saint or not, you can't simply create food from nothing. Her work is causing financial troubles for the church, is it not? It is, yes. If you help me with this, I'm offering you an entirely new church, one where she has complete control to do as she wishes. She'll make it into the biggest church in the city. She'll be able to help even more people, which would surely please her. What would you have me do? Jumping at the first whiff of scraps, you really are a dog, aren't you? I don't like conversations that overstay their welcome. Fair enough. Let's get to business then. Now, far from here lives the witch whose blood has the power to cause miracles. Miracle blood? Sounds like a sham to me. You never know. They say the sound of her first cry brought rain to the land where she was born, saving the whole village from drought. And they say her blood has the power to cure any disease. I'll worry about the veracity of the rumors later. Right now, All I want for you is to capture her and bring her to me. Explain something to me, Lord. You said that if I helped you, the nun would be able to save more people than she does now. So how does capturing this witch accomplish that? I'm glad you know how to listen, dog. Well, be turning the blood into a miracle elixir, which she will then distribute to patrons of this church, in exchange for tithes, of course. Selling it, then. Selling isn't quite the right word, but if that's how you want to think of it, by all means. The commoner's beloved saintess, handing out an all-powerful miracle medicine. They'll lap it up. And in turn, you'll make a fortune. Exactly. Money I can use to support her church. It'll be a boon to the cities of Comedy as well. Oops. Oh, I read the wrong voice. A single witch's freedom is all it'll cost for everyone here to come out happy. So what'll it be? Will you help or will I have to? I'll help. I have no reason not to. Decisive and a good listener. Excellent. Once I've captured the witch, where do I take her? I have a mansion set aside where your nun can run her church. Need a shower and some food. Alright, enjoy your lurk, radio, and your food and shower. There's an observation tower on the grounds. The witch will be kept locked up there to ensure we have a constant supply of blood. Okay. When do you want me to get her? You're just chomping at the bit now, aren't you? I thought you'd hesitate at least a little, but I guess it was foolish of me to presume to understand how a killer's mind works. All the resources I put into investigating you and everyone close to you were wasted, it would seem. I'm gonna go pull some weeds. Okay, see your secret. Are you still like, oh, so are you still like working on, beautifying your property to sell it? Is that what it is? Is that why you're pulling weeds? It sounds very Stardew Valley-ish. You're not gonna sell it? I thought you were. Since you were planning on moving. I mean, you own the place, right? Going to rent it out? Oh. So how would you manage the property? Are you gonna like hire someone to like look after the place? You're gonna lease it rather? Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, rent it out. I hire a property manager. Okay. That's cool. Yeah, that's probably also a smart thing to do if you don't sell it. Like, if you don't really need the chunk of monies from the sale. You'll have to hire someone that you can trust, though. Since you won't be able to be there to monitor it. Do you even have a conscience? Don't act like you're any different. I assure you, I have a conscience. I wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't necessary for the growth of the city. No, I mean you're as much a murderer as me. You would never come up with a scheme like this if your hands were clean. Watch your mouth, dog. Don't you dare insinuate I would ever condescend to your level. I agreed to the Lord's terms. A couple days later, I made my way out to the location the Lord had given me, a small cottage by a lake where the witch was said to live. I'd been instructed to take her alive, but not that I wasn't allowed to harm her, so my plan was to force my way in and immobilize her as soon as she opened the door. The Lord was right. I didn't have anything resembling a conscience. I was too far gone to be bothered by the prospect of disabling a witch. Not even the fact that I found a degree of solace in my relationship with Pauline would change that. However, who's there? When I heard the witch's voice through the door, I froze. It was the girl from 4 years earlier. I didn't even have to see her. I knew right away. I wouldn't mistake that voice, that stream of pure, clear water cutting through the grime, for anything. I would never forget the first thing that had ever managed to suppress my desires. My first tether. When the Lord told me about the witch, I never once expected it to be her. Who is it? Are you the witch with the miracle blood? My hand rested on the hilt of my sword. I had at first meant to break down the door if she wouldn't open it for me. Please leave. However, when I heard that voice, my hand fell limp. Please stay away from my home. I am in need of your blood. Could you not spare a little? I have nothing to spare for a man like you. Oh, she remembered. Oh yeah, so she remembered the swordsman. My blood is for the sick and needy. So please, go away. Stay away from me. I'm begging you. Get away from this place. You're a murderer. I want nothing to do with you. So please, just go away. As you say. As she had commanded, I took my leave of her cottage in somewhat of a haze. It should have come as no surprise, but in the 4 years since our last encounter, she had no kind words left to spare me. Yet even in her derision, I still felt myself being calmed by the sound of her voice. I debated with myself. Should I do as the Lord requested and capture her? Or should I let her go free as I had done 4 years earlier? You already know what I decided to do though, don't you? That's right. I went with the first option. After all, I had no need for 2 tethers. Oh no. While breaking down her door was still an option, the witch was wary of me. If she were to somehow manage to escape, there was no saying how the Lord might react. So, I stood watch, waiting for her to step outside. The problem was, she never opened her door. It wasn't just me. It seemed she was wary of everyone. There was one exception, though. The boy. She left the cottage for him. They went on walks together around the lake. It's, been a while since we last went on one of our walks, huh? I haven't been sleeping much, taking care of Nellie. Is her condition worsening again? Yeah. Rest assured I will give her my blessing as many times as she needs. Thanks. I really appreciate it. The weather's kind of not that great today, huh? Looks like we might get rain. It's probably not smart to stay outside any longer. Yesterday. I should get going. See you. Watching the 2 of them, it occurred to me that I could make good use of the boy. You have 2 options. Either you say no and protect the witch. Get away. Or you help me capture her. Get away from her right now. And if you choose the witch, I kill the girl. Get away. Make your decision. Get away from her. You have until the count of 10. If you don't choose, I kill the girl. 10, 9, 8, or 7, 6, 5. Okay, I'll do it. I'll help you, so get your sword out of her face. And don't kill her. I thought you'd hold out until the last second. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's get going. Get moving. You pitiful little boy. I don't know why he cut off her arm at this point in the story. It was kind of weird. Noises by Morgana. Grrr! Burger. Ah. Get back. No. Stay away from me. No. Ugh. Help. Don't kill me. Ugh. Grah. Take it. What? That's your share. Should last you long enough. Gah. Why? 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 Why did you take my arm? What do you mean by share? Why? 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 Ah! And he runs out of there. I still don't. They don't explain why he cut her arm off. My arm. More pain. My arm. My arm. No. Put me down, please. Help, someone, please help. The witch with the miracle blood had regressed into an ordinary girl, and she cried in pain like a small child. I wasn't going to get very far with her wailing, so I gagged her up, tied her up, and threw her into a burlap sack. Nothing personal. I just need your blood. Without it, she'll lose her church. She needs the money. I needed some way of getting enough money to keep her church running. So the Lord made me an offer. If I brought him the witch with the miracle blood, he would finance a whole new church for her. So don't take it personally. It's kind of hard not to take it personally. I tossed the sack into the cart I had waiting outside, then made my way into the mansion, as per the Lord's instructions. The two of us then locked the witch into the observation tower. When I told the Lord I'd used the boy as bait to get her to open the door, he gave an exasperated sigh and said, "Involving a third party was not part of the plan. Is there anything at all in that head of yours, dog? I can kill him, that's a problem. Don't be hasty. Describe him for me. Did he seem like he came from a wealthy family?" He's young, still in his teens. He lives with his little sister. He looked reasonably well off, probably of noble blood. You picked one hell of a target to use as your bait. Should I kill him? There are people in this world you can make disappear quietly, because no one will notice they've gone missing. You're one of them. The boy? He most likely isn't. Was the boy at all interested in the witch's blood? He seemed to be. Well, that makes things a little easier. We just have to make him into an accomplice then. That's everything up to 6 months ago. You know what happened next, I presume. I threatened Mel, forced him to join us. He needed the blood for his sister, but even without that excuse, he didn't have the courage to run. Me, on the other hand, I involved myself of my own free will. I had no reason to try and get back out. In fact, being put in charge of one of the 3 keys gave me an excuse to meet up with her more often. Their arrangement was quite beneficial for me. Hey, I heard the news. You were selected to be part of the Lord's personal guard? Now you've got it made. Congratulations. You exaggerate. It's nothing. Oh, now, no need to be humble. He wouldn't have picked you if he didn't really trust you. Everyone around here knows just how hard it is to earn the Lord's trust. If you say so. It hasn't been easy for him, I hear. He only assigns those he really trusts to work so close to him. Haha, I hope you're right. He trusts you, I'm sure of it. I certainly can't tell her the real reason I suddenly became his guard. And I've got some exciting news too. The Lord sent the messenger for me earlier. Apparently he's building a new church and he wants me to serve as a nun there. Can you believe it? You shouldn't be surprised. You are the city's saintess after all. It's little wonder you would be his first choice. I really don't think I'm that important. Did you not want the position? No, I'm delighted to have such an incredible opportunity. This will allow me to help so many more people than before. It's wonderful news. That's good to hear. Tell me, I'm not wrong in thinking helping people is the one thing you want more than anything else, am I? Right, that's what I want more than anything in the world. I see. Hey, smile for me, would you? Huh? I've been smiling this whole time, haven't I? Not just now. Forever. Of course! When I'm with you, nothing could possibly take the smile off my face. I'm glad to hear it. I never knew someone could lose so much weight while still eating every day. We might have to increase your portions. If there's anything in particular you want, just tell me. I hear children's voices. From outside, I hear children's voices. Ah, the kids here to see the saintess. It had gotten quite noisy out there of late, yes. Oh, the saintess? Your voice has gotten raspy too. Was that my doing? Did I take your voice? That's unfortunate. To me, your voice held far more value than your blood. And I took that away from you. Yes. You three took everything from me. So we did. Enough chatter, dog. Or no, wait, that's the Lord. Enough chatter, dog. The Lord's scheme was a success. The witch's blood brought with it an influx of donations which the Lord invested in various businesses in the city. I have no idea if the blood actually has miraculous powers. But there were certainly people claiming to have been healed by it. It wasn't long before people who weren't sick started making use of the supposed cure-all medication, saying it had preventative properties as well. As word of the elixir spread, the Lord's profits grew in kind. One fact was undeniable. The witch's blood stimulated the city's dramatic growth. Is that the end of the story? Oh, we're finally at the end of the swordsman's story. And that's everything. Appealing, is it not? Or appalling, is it not? Morgana. Would you hate me for what I did to her? You can take this sword and kill me with it. And you can have my key. I won't put up a fight. You have the right to exact punishment on me. Killing you would accomplish nothing. It is neither my place to forgive nor punish you. As much as it would make me feel better, doing so would serve no meaningful purpose. I would like you to give me a little time, though. Need time to cool down enough that I can talk to you with a clear head. Of course. So, you are still willing to speak to me? I gave you my word. I told you I would help figure out what path you should take. You are an honorable man. I will not force your hand if you don't want to do this. You can tell me to leave and I'll walk right out the door. More than anger or hatred, I'm simply deeply pained. Maybe things would have turned out better if I were as sympathetic a man like you. People are supposed to feel happy or sad for each other. I can't. Wait, people are supposed to be able to feel happy or sad for each other. I can't though, which must make me a beast. When you first met Morgana, you felt a desire to rescue her from the slave traders, did you not? You thought of someone other than yourself. I never saw that desire through, though. My thirst far overpowered anything that I might have wanted to do for her, and the next time we met, I sold her to the Lord. As I've said before, there's no room for interpretation in the things I have done. Whatever I might have wanted to do at one point, it's all meaningless now. Regardless, anything I do for someone else is ultimately for my own benefit. Because it's what I need. No matter how selfish your motivations may ultimately be, please let me believe some part of you does genuinely want to help her. Sorry, I'm just stretching. Alright, I'll know I'll sound like a hypocrite for saying this, but sitting back and waiting for her to die is not what I want. When I cut off her arm, I didn't feel any of the thrill or euphoria that I usually do when I take my sword to someone. I can't say whether that means I had a conscience, but if for a moment, or I just wasn't myself at the time. If you can save her though, please do. I can't do anything. If I try, I'll only make things worse. I cannot do anything on my own either. Give me your word that you will atone to Morgana for your actions. While I doubt making reparations will clear me of my crimes, if that is what you want me to do, that is what I will do. Can I ask you something? What is it? Tell me more about my next life. I want to know what kind of man I am. I want to know every mistake I make, all the details. I warn you, it's a tale far more barbaric than anything you can imagine. Do you still want to hear it? I do. I still have a little doubt, but that I will believe it. Wait, did I miss something there? If you're worried I might react the way I did earlier, I'll lay down my sword. You can tie me up too if you want. That won't be necessary. I'm going to trust you. I'll tell you the whole hopelessly tragic truth. Everything I saw with no embellishments. Please, do. Wait, is he gonna tell the story again? No. And so, I told him the tale I witnessed beyond the second door. That he lost his memory in the shipwreck, that he was treated like a beast by the people in the land where he washed up, that he massacred countless people. And then he took the life of his lover who had come in search of him, never wavering in her belief that he was still alive. I told him about the white-haired girl. I told him about the things he made Giselle do. I didn't hide anything. As I spoke, the world occasionally grimaced or his eyes would go wide for a moment, and not once did he interrupt me. He sat there in silence until I finished. You weren't kidding. That was far worse than I had imagined. It is the truth, though. You became the target of Morgana's loathing, and you are led back to this mansion. That is what lies in your future. As difficult as it may be to comprehend, that person is you. The man who does all those things hundreds of years from now is you. I really am a beast. A horrendously precarious creature. As I interpret it, when you lost your memory, you also lost everything you used to suppress your nature. You lost the foundation you had built, and as a result you were no longer able to maintain that balance. Would that mean that what I am now is, comparatively speaking, human? No, I'm different now. Oh, this piano is so, like, sleep-inducing. It's so, like, chill. No, I am different now. I have no more control over myself when I am killing people than the man you described. You've sent me to do reprehensible things, or see me do reprehensible things. And in spite of that, you were never condescending or insulting, never acted disgusted or afraid of me. Are all angels as compassionate as you? I am not an angel. I was simply biting my tongue. Are you afraid of me, then? I am not afraid of you, no. What are you, then? I don't understand. I am of the belief that now is not the appropriate time for me to allow my personal feelings to influence my actions. My task is to save Morgana. If I am to be honest with you for a moment, I despise the man you are in the future. But I'm also equally frustrated at myself. You're right. The things you did were inexcusable. You murdered innocents. You killed the woman who came searching for you. But on a personal level, what angers me most is that you put blood on the hands of the woman I love. I know very well, to you, it's something you haven't done yet. But it was still your soul. It tears me apart inside that I couldn't return in time to stop it. You'd be hard-pressed to find anyone who wouldn't be angry to know someone they cared about had received this kind of treatment. I suppose. If that's how you feel, though, aren't you interested in taking revenge on me? As I mentioned earlier, there are times when allowing your emotions to take the reins is the wrong course of action. This is one of those times. Seeking vengeance is the wrong thing for me to do right now. If I can eliminate Morgana's hatred, the 3 of your souls will be set free as well. So you're going to save me too? Yes, I am. I don't consider myself worthy of redemption. Equally not after hearing about the things I will do. I am a beast through and through. A twisted, psychopathic monster. You were conflicted, though. You struggled against the creature that dwelled inside you. It's true that you found perverted joy in violence and murder, but you also felt kindness, which caused a part of you to seek peace, and the same can be said of you in this time as well. Excuse me, oh my goodness. I'm just gonna take a quick break and just like stretch and walk around a bit. So I'll be back. Give me like less than 5 minutes. Hello, line break. I'm back. Maybe then I could have truly revived you. Poor Hoyle shit. You scared me. Hoyle shit. How are you? How are you, line break? Where's my host? Or did you did you host while I was AFK? I didn't get to see it. Then you would be irredeemable no matter what had turned you into that. I can't host. I'm at work. Are you on mobile? I don't know how to host on my work comp. There's a button. You can host from the channel stream that you're in. That's like a button at the bottom. I think it's like the share button, and then you can host from there. The sharing icon, and then it gives you an option to host the channel from there. So you can host anyone's channel from wherever you're watching. You don't have to be on your own channel to host. How do you not? How do you? Or are you just joking about that you don't have to host on your work computer? How are you able to watch this then? It should be the same thing, isn't it? Sad faced. Sad faced. I'm lazy. Shh. I'm busy. Wait, if you're so busy, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? Okay. This music is so like sleep inducing. I have ADHD. Do you really though? Do you really? Do you take Adderall? I need an outlet for all my weird thoughts when I work. Yes. Okay. Is it really? It's pretty severe. Sometimes I wonder if my son might have ADHD. or potentially ODD. I did not know that this was a thing. But there's a thing called ODD in kids. Oppositional defiant disorder. It kind of almost like describes him to a T. I was prescribed the highest dose of Annie. Yes, I see. No matter how much pain and suffering you had driven to you that point. Okay, I think I feel a little more awake now. So, do you feel like productive when you're on Addy? The Adderalls. But your instability, your constantly shifting desires, your mental frailty, all appear to me very human traits. Tell me, how should I live my life from here on? What is it you want most? The easiest road for me would be the one I walk now, to continue being a killer. No fighting my desires, no resisting what's inside me. Would that be my salvation to abandon my humanity entirely? I don't know what I should do, what I'm supposed to do. I'm at a complete loss about everything. I would like to believe that your desire to live in peace is sincere, and that's what I want for you too. It will be the most trying path, yes, because you will have to fight against your nature to stay on it, but we live in a human world. And you also have Pauline, who wants the same thing, extending her hand for you, inviting you to join her. So, I encourage you to suppress your urges. Your life will not be easy for it, but I implore you to take the rocky road, for your own sake, and for hers. Yes, super productive, but when the Addy wears out, I get super severe suicidal thoughts as a side effect, so I stop for a month. Are you serious? Wow. That sounds bad. That sounds really bad. So, are you on Adderall? I wasn't aware that Adderall could give you that as a side effect. I had to go to therapy because I was like, why am I like this? Aw, did you find that helped you? Then I stopped Addy and it got better. So do they prescribe you something else other than Adderall for your ADHD? Because I know that Adderall is one of the meds they can prescribe for ADHD, but not always. Apparently it's a rare side effect. Wow. No, I just work out and do sports. Oh, that's cool. So you just so what is it about working out that what is the process there of working out that helps with ADHD? And go to Twitch to be weird. I see. You're so very athletic, aren't you? So athletic. Even if it means my entire life is built on a foundation of lies. Before today, I believed it was wrong not to be true to oneself. But as I listened to you tell your story, I came to realize that maybe there are exceptions. Some things you can, and possibly should, keep locked inside you, where they can't hurt anyone else. Just physical mental exhaustion helps me focus a bit more. Caffeine too. Weed doesn't help much, surprisingly. I'm not actually super surprised that weed wouldn't help you. Cause like what, it mellows you out, but like what is ADHD aside from the fact that if you find it hard to focus on things specifically, right? So I'm not sure how weed is supposed to help you with that if you're unable to focus on things, right? But yeah, I guess that makes sense. Like, the, you know, physical, mental exhaustion, and just feeling good from exercise would help you focus a bit. And, you know, caffeine would be good for anybody. Caffeine's just good overall. However, I also think you have a tendency to try and act too perfect around her, both in this life and the next. You cover so much of yourself, you become an entirely different person. You can be your conflicted, imperfect self around her. The man you are right now, lost and trying to find his way. I have little doubt she will accept that man. What you need most is restraint. I see. So tell me, do you think my future can be changed? I don't know for certain, so all I can do is speculate. But as you share the same soul, I expect any changes you make now will be reflected in your future incarnation. I have my work cut out for me then. Pauline, she believed in me. She put her faith in the beast and went on in search of him. I cannot allow myself to be the kind of monster that would murder a woman like her. I have to change. I will change the future. You can do it. You can do it. Every time I see someone say this, like, you can do it. When my life here comes to an end, I vow to make my next one better. Thank you for listening to me and for giving me guidance. I can't say I'm particularly suited for the job. Knowing that my words are going to influence the direction of another's life is an unimaginable amount of pressure. I don't know. I'd say you pull it off well enough. If you ever decide to quit being an angel, you'd make a damned convincing missionary. I have no interest in being a missionary, and as I've told you, I'm not an angel. That's too bad. I joined the Church of Michelle. Don't look at me like that. I'm just kidding. Now, can I get angry at you? As I've been telling you, I'm an ordinary man. I'm not special in any way like you seem to think I am. You're not ordinary. You're different, but not in the same way I am. I wouldn't ask any normal man to show me how to lead my life. Or I wouldn't ask any... Did I say that right? I wouldn't ask any normal man to show me how to lead my life. There we go. No. What do you mean, no? No, you. No, you. You never pronounce it right. Then why are you even here? Why are you even here? More sad face. I see. Although, what passes for normal differs from person to person, I suppose. Just as I don't think you're normal, I'm sure there are people out there who do. Perhaps. Or maybe they're just able to see my desire to be normal. Well, that's everything I have to tell you. You're going to want to talk to the Lord next, I assume? That's right. I'm going to convince him to hand over his key, and then I'm going to set Morgana free. I doubt you'll have much luck convincing him of anything, but I'll help in any way I can. I appreciate it. I'll get him to come to supper tonight. You'll be there too. Okay, I'll be there. If I could ask you one favor though, could you try to arrange that for as late as possible? That should be doable, but why? There's someone else I need to speak with first. All right. I'll do what I can. Thank you. See you this evening then. I'm your most loyal viewer. What makes you say that, Lime? That you're my most loyal viewer. Also, hold on. There. Did I lead him to the correct path? Will he actually find redemption at the end of it? No, I made the right decision. Even if he doesn't in his life, there's enough of a chance that he will in his next. One left, and that's it. I'm almost there, Giselle. I've almost made it to Morgana. I mean, if one thinks Insane Kittens, Line Break is the first to pop into mind. Like... like Dad? Wait. Welcome back, radio. I've come this far. All that's left is to speak with the Lord. Stay focused, Michelle. The pieces I still have, or have still, don't fit together yet. As Morgana told her, the Lord was a cruel man from the moment she first saw him, and he wasn't much different in the swordsman's telling of events either. Are those portrayals the full picture of what kind of man he is? Will adding his perspective do anything but amplify Morgana's hatred? And if he really is exactly the man he's made out to be, then how do you explain his internal struggles from the third door? Did his core personality change with the times? Everyone I've met has been fundamentally the same, though. Are you the exception, Jacobo? Morgana found joy in her life during her 3 years at the brothel. She wept about not being given the opportunity to thank them. So maybe Maria is more likely to be able to assuage Morgana's animosity? I'll have to hear what she has to say. I can barely move my right arm. I can't feel my fingers at all. It burns. I've managed this long, but damned if it doesn't hurt. Whew, the world is spinning. Hurrah lamb, hurrah lamb. Ready, go to class. Ready, go to class? Or radio? Totally not overkill. Jeez, why did Kitten say that? Oh my god, so weirdly creepy. Wait, what? Oh my god. What are you talking about? Say what? I did it to exhaust myself, to not overthink. Oh, you do it to exhaust yourself and not overthink. I see. Well, exercise is supposedly very good for you, so I should probably try and incorporate more exercise in my life due to sleep issues. Why must you hand out miracles for nothing? Who's saying this? So I don't know if the voice is right. I know that voice. I'm looking up at someone. A woman. She's draped in the black fog and I can't make out details. But even through the darkness I know immediately who she is. She is... Mother. No, she's not my mother. She's... Why would you even ask such a question, Mother? We're barely holding on as it is, my dear. It is not wrong to expect a little remuneration for our services. Yeah, we should make a voice for the mom. What kind of voice should we do for the mom? I think this is me in this case is Morgana. So no, Mother, it is wrong. Miracles are not to be bartered for. God the Father does not charge for his miracles. So why should we when I am only borrowing his power? Let's see. Your voice is literally the voice of the mom. Okay. My boomer family just found out about that fossil debate about the gold and white, black and blue dress. What? Gold and white / black and blue dress. Now they're having the most boomer debate ever. I have no idea what you're talking about. Like, gold, white, black, blue dress? This is it's like going over my head here. Okay, Mother. Should we go with a crotchety old voice for Mother? Listen to me, Morgana. Every time you give someone a blessing, you're hurting yourself. If not for the miracle itself, you still deserve some degree of compensation for the pain. I know you're concerned for me. Oh wait, oh that's me. Oops. I know you're concerned for me, Mother, and I appreciate it very much, but I'm happy with the way things are. I'm happy to be able to help others with my heavenly Father's power. A power you won't have much longer, my dear, if we can't afford to keep ourselves fed. I'm a saint, aren't I? Yes, you're my sweet little saint. God will not forsake his saint. No matter how difficult it may get, he will always provide me a way to continue doing his work. And you're the mother of that saint, aren't you? Yes, that's right. I conceived you untainted by the hands of a man. Then you must respect his will as well, mother. It must be our highest priority. You're right. I was wrong, my dear saint. So apparently her mother told Morgana that she was conceived without, like, laying with a man. Apparently. Are you serious? That has been circulating over the internet since God knows when. I have no idea what you're talking about. What an ugly ass link. How come you don't know how to, like, link things properly? I have no idea what this is. I've never seen this before. Like, I don't study memes like you do, dude. All my meme, like, exposure comes from you guys, like, to be, like, completely honest, and I've said this before, too. It's like, I don't know memes. Or anything like that. I don't go out of my way to, like, look at this kind of stuff, you know what I mean? I have a PhD in memology. That's great. That'll get you places in life. Salvage? Man, we've been playing since... I mean, we've been playing since before that. January. Wait, how do I go back? There we go. Mother. Mother! You agreed with me, you said I was right. So why are you taking money from that man? Mother! Mother looks over as strange men shove me into a carriage. The look in her eyes sends a chill down my spine. I see her lips moving. She doesn't actually say the words out loud, but I can make out every individual syllable. Because you're worthless to me. Damn, don't be mean to the 10-year-old. It's okay, Liam. I will deal with her myself. Wait, aren't you supposed to say, like, you're 8, actually? You're 8 years old. Oh my god, pulls out chainsaw. You're, like, worse than an 8-year-old who, like, those kids who love to RP on the internet. It's just like, ugh. Ugh. RPing on the internet. It's like almost as bad as LARPers. Almost just as bad as LARPers. I was trying to get a reaction out of Lime. By RPing? You freaking nerd. The Lord. Welcome, daughter of God. You'll be performing miracles for me now. And if you cooperate, I can guarantee you'll live more than comfortably. Miracles are not something to be performed for one single person's benefit. What? Miracles are not magic or parlor tricks. They are a precious gift granted to me by my Father in heaven. Using his power for personal gratification is a grave sin. I will do no such thing. What the fuck is limbers? Limbers, what? I love RPing on the internet. I don't know what you're talking about, limbers. LARPers. LARP. LARPing. Live action RPing. You know, like people who like fucking dress up and RP or like roleplay shit. In real life. All dressed up. And do the whole Dungeons and Dragons kind of bit. Anyways. I'm kinky stuff, what? Why are you saying that? I'm comparing RPing to LARPing. Like it's almost just as bad. I entreat you to think long and hard about your actions. Do away with such selfish desires and dedicate yourself to helping the people. The power you have been given was bestowed upon you by the hand of God. It is not your power. He is merely allowing you to make use of it for a short time. Pride is a sin. Please consider how you conduct yourself. You're an ignorant, insolent child, aren't you? I bought you. You are my property. You have no right to an opinion. That is not my opinion. That is the way of the world as God. Silence. You're not here to talk. You're here to perform miracles for me and my guests. As I've already told you, I will do no such thing. What you will or will not do is my decision, not yours. The Lord says with a sickening laugh, then grabs me by the hair and knocks me to the floor. I beg him to stop, but he isn't listening to a word I say. I'm not sure why we're rehashing this part of the story again. Cheers! A saint's blood and good fortune to all. I stare vaguely out at the crowd gathered for the Lord's blood feast. Every time he has guests, he throws another party, and every time he slices another part of my arms or legs open. It isn't long before they're an unsightly web of crisscrossing scars. I love you all. No, not you. Like, ooh. Oh, okay. Yeah. Most people would go, ooh. Instead. I don't know. I guess you can do that with the you. The Lord sometimes has trouble deciding where to cut, but not out of any sense of sympathy for me. He simply thinks drawing blood from an untouched area of my body will make it more effective. The Lord strips me bare. Perhaps I'll use your stomach today, Saint. I should be able to get some nice pure blood from there. Stop this. Can you not comprehend that what you're doing is an affront to the Lord? I am free to do what I wish with my property. Saint or not, you're no different than any of my slaves. The Lord is greatly displeased with your actions. Then use your miracle powers to deliver divine punishment on me. Go on. You can do that, can't you? Your soul will be punished. You may not see the effects now, but you will pay for your sins one day. Ha! You're not as threatening as you think you are, buck-naked girl. Ugh. Don't give me that look, girl. I have no interest in taking that from you. You'd be lucky to find anyone willing to lay with a girl covered in disgusting scars. All I can do is wait and endure day after day of torture and shame, with the Lord searching out for new places to stick his knife. My entire body except for my face is covered in reddish-black wounds. Damn, I got friend-zoned by everyone. I bet you... I don't think that's true, Lime. Lol. Lime's such a player. No, Lime, I don't see you as just a friend. I see you as a little brother. Lol. Isn't that even worse? Imoto? Or no, wait. Ototo. Not Imoto. Imoto is little sister. Unless you see him as a sister. Someone, anyone, help me. Get me out of here. Please, someone. O Father who art in heaven, I pray for you to lead me into deliverance. Father, your trials, they are much too great. I got brother zoned, lol. Can you see me as the stepsister that got stuck in the washing machine? Oh my god, this sounds like the plot to any like really bad like porno scene. Like really bad plot. It's just like it's like this really cheap plot device just to like, you know, make it like they're stuck somewhere. And, you know, how does anyone get stuck in a washing machine? What type of mentally challenged person would get stuck inside a washing machine? Radio killing the vibe. Lol. Morgana. That was much clearer than the first time I saw it. Everything she felt, her struggling, her sincerity, her pain, and her voice. It felt almost as though I was the one going through it all. The Lord. I can understand why Morgana would bear such a powerful grudge against him, considering everything he did to her. Why would he do that, though? Is there some reason, some explanation for his actions? Ugh. I'm thoroughly exhausted, like I've just spent the last several months having my blood drained again and again. My limbs feel like they have shoulders or boulders tied to them. Just trying to get to my feet makes me dizzy. So cold. She's probably waiting for me by now. I should get going. I have to do this. Move, damn it. Fighting against my body's attempts to succumb to gravity with every step through sheer force of will, I make my way to the courtyard. I mean, yeah, sure, sis. Just let me grab you by the hips so I can pull you out easier. Lol. Oh, there you are. Thank God you came. Sneaking out into church grounds is a bit unnerving, so if you will. Or so if you... Are you alright? You look like you just came back from the dead. I'm fine. Thank you for coming. Now, to continue our conversation from yesterday. Whoa, slow down. Who do you think you're convincing? You look about as fine as a fucking corpse. If you're not feeling well, we can always do this some other time. And whoa, what happened to your hand? It's a minor injury. Nothing of any significance. Seriously, who do you think you're convincing, man? I can get around just fine without a few fingers. You gotta take yourself into consideration, too. You can only run on raw determination for so long. And imagine how it makes me feel for a second, you asking to talk and showing up looking like that. If you want to get anything done, you gotta take care of yourself first. Head on back to your room and rest. Let's do this some other day, okay? When you're feeling... I don't have that kind of time. Noon tomorrow, that's my deadline. I have to take care of everything before then. I know damn well what condition I'm in, but that doesn't change what I need to do. If I don't, I can't save Morgana. I can't get Giselle back. That makes it all the more important you get your rest. And when you do you suggest I do that exactly? Honestly, I don't know why you're in such a damn tizzy. Get a hold yourself, man. I am plenty calm. It sure don't look like you're already pushing yourself to the edge. I don't want to be responsible for giving you that last nudge. So quit bickering with me, get your ass back, and get some rest. You don't understand the gravity of the situation. None of you do. You don't grasp how great an effect stopping what happens tomorrow will have. I have to keep moving, even if it means crawling through the dirt. If I don't, not only will I fail to make things better, Morgana's almost certainly got even worse fates in store for all of you, so long as her curse lives on. I'm the only one here who knows what awaits. So that makes you what, a prophet or something then? Not exactly, no. But in the terms of this time period, that would be the most apt description. Do you not believe me? Well, you know, that is asking a lot. That's fine, you don't have to. But at the very least, I want you to believe that I genuinely believe something terrible is going to happen tomorrow if I don't do something. That I think I don't have time to waste. All I need you to do is tell me what you know. Could you do that for me? Assuming you actually are a prophet or whatever, why don't you just, you know, get the hell out of town? Say, fuck it, this is too much, and vanish into the night. No one's gonna blame you if you do. Hell, is anyone even gonna notice if you did notice you did anything if you do succeed? I'm not in this for attention or praise. I cannot sit idly by knowing what I know, seeing what has happened and what will, knowing what Morgana went through, what she felt. I can't abandon her, not anymore. I can't let my knowledge go to waste. While it is true that mansion will continue to be wrapped in darkness so long as Morgana's curse remains in effect, and nothing can be put to rest until I do something about that. That's not my sole motivation anymore. I sincerely want to help Morgana. Giselle, is this what you meant when you told me you wanted me to save her? You seem like the kind of fella who's always fretting about something or other. You don't know how to take it easy, do you? Though I guess in a way that's kind of why you fight so hard, huh? Alright, you win. I'll talk. It don't look it? What do you mean? Just acting as if that mistake wasn't there. What mistake do you find with that sentence? Thank God you camel, Maria. I can't believe I actually laugh at my own doing. I think it might be more helpful if you took off your pants. Okay. It don't look it? This is correct. The sentence is correct. So you're the one that's mistaken about it being a mistake. Unless there was something else I missed in that sentence. It don't look it. That was Maria saying that, right? She was saying that in the beginning. About his appearance, right? It sure don't look it. This is correct. This is perfectly a correct sentence. English, man. English. It's weird. Do you wear glasses? No, I don't wear glasses. Although, I probably should get my eyes checked out. But I mean, I can see fine. But like for reading, maybe reading might help me. Because I do find like when I read a lot of stuff in your perfect vision. Right, thank you. Yeah, see, it sure don't look it. It don't look it? It sure don't look it. This is correct. Like, trust me, radio, I would not pretend that typos don't exist. Or mistakes or grammatical mistakes don't exist. This game's actually been really good about it though. They've done a very good job about editing the sentences and making sure that things were like not— I don't think I've ever actually found any mistake in this game for VN. Today learned something new. It's kind of like a saying though. So if it looks kind of strange, it's probably because it sort of looks— it's sort of like slangish talk, I guess. Sound cool? Alright, you win. I'll talk. Anything you want to know, I'll tell you. Thank you very much. But you sit your butt down first. Okay. Haha. Whoa, she pretty. Here, I'll let you guys take a good look. She's wearing like a top that looks like it should honestly fall off. Like this top should not really be, you know, draped that way on her body. But is somehow existing to stay up in the way it is. The top is hanging on for dear life. The top does not actually physically work within the bounds of the real world. This could only happen in like, you know, the world of art. Why does Any Game Kittens read sound like eroge? I don't know, because she's kind of like she's actually a prostitute, so I'm kind of reading with that kind of voice, I guess, for her. Kind of a more promiscuous voice, I guess. I don't know. She does an honorable job as well. She's judge. What? She is? Sweet Christ. She defies the laws of physics because she's a renowned physicist. Wait, she's defying the laws of physics? It's more like her clothes are defying the laws of physics, you know. What do you mean, prostitute excuse incomplishment, doctor? No, she's a prostitute, so. Corruptronic mega kya kya over Maria. Morgana said that. And hello, another dead hero and corrupt. How you guys doing? How are you? She did. She described her 3 years there as one of the brightest periods of her life. Whoa, who'd have thought? Damn, that's kinda really great to hear. Did she ever tell you herself how she felt? She never really made much of an attempt to be part of the group. Was she like, or no, was like she had these colossal walls all around her. Like Attack on Titan. I'm good, just here for a wee bit on my lunch. That's cool. So, wait, you're at work? It is work time? I can see that. Yeah, so I always felt like I never knew if I was sticking my nose in too far or not, you know? She appreciated what you and the other women did for her. After the raid 4 years ago, she ended up in the hands of a slave trader. As she was being transported, she said this with tears in her eyes. I'm sad because I didn't get the chance to show my gratitude to people very dear to me. Well, damn. So is that, you know, absolutely 100% exactly what she said? You're not just pulling it out of your ass, are you? Those were her exact words, yes. As hard as it may be to believe. No, I believe you. I'm just surprised is all. I mean, just, wow. Yeah. If I had known that was how she felt, maybe I could have been a little friendlier with her. You weren't friendly with her? Not especially. I mean, that's not to say I was cold or anything. It's just that all the girls kept a bit of a distance from her. Not because we didn't like her, but because that's what it looked like she wanted. Some distance. None of us were really cut out for that caretaker gig. As much as we'd love to be some kind of mother figure for her, we just didn't have it in us. Who was closest to her? He's dead. The slave. Huh? What's this about a slave? There was a young man, a slave who participated in the revolt at the Lord's Manor, who saved Morgana's life. Ah, yeah, that's the guy. He was the closest of any of us to her, or at least he gave her the most attention. And he's 6 feet under. That's unfortunate. What can you do? People come and go. It's just the way of things. That's what I say. Hey Inky, I'm good. Just waking up. Lol, how are you? I'm good. I'm a little sleepy, but that's usually how I am, like in the morning times. Well, actually, it's not even morning. This is afternoon. This is afternoon. I'm just not a morning person. I'm very much like a night owl. So doing morning streams are like for me. I'm at the home, but my job is like 5 minutes away-ish. Oh, okay, that's nice that you get to like go home for lunch. Woo, she's hot. What, this girl? She's a prostitute. The astronaut blondie? Yeah. Okay. Wait, why is she an astronaut now? I thought she said she was a doctor, or I guess she has a PhD in physics. I thought that maybe if he were still alive, that would improve our chances of saving Morgana. Improve our chances? There's only one way about it. We smash the Lord's fucking skull in and take his key. That's not an option. Doing that will not alleviate her hatred. Would you be willing to accompany us when we go into the observation tower? Huh? Me? Why? I want you to be there to say something to her. I'll say whatever you want me to say once you've gotten her out of the tower. Don't you think being able to hear the voice of someone she cares for when she's finally set free would do more to pull her out of the darkness than anything else? That's all the more reason it can't be me. Why not? Like I've been saying, I was never that tight with her. I've kept my distance. I can't do anything not with the reasons you've given me for why she's so full of hatred. I have no other options though. You know, actually, while I doubt this'll do much in the way of getting rid of her grudge, there is something I was supposed to give her but never got the chance. Oh? It's nothing special, just a rinky-dink little necklace, but if you get the chance, would you mind giving it to her? If anyone, that should come from you. As not from me. It was supposed to be from the slave. Busy only. That's okay. Hugs. I give hugs too. Sorry, I can't be bothered to type. I do everything with mouse. He got it for her as a birthday present, but that was the day the brothel got raided. Oh, wait. The brothel got raided on her birthday? So yeah, that's the story. Make sure she gets it, would you? Okay, I will. Thanks, man. Though, apparently not busy enough to check out Maria. Maria in her full glory. Or wait, was there other shots of her? There must have been. Anyway. Welp, now that's out of the way, I should split. Best of... Wait, who's saying this? There you are! Oh, it's Pauline, okay. What glorious veterinarian... Wait, her job just keeps changing, man. You weren't in your room. Oh wait, oh that's Nelly. What was Nelly's voice? God, it was supposed to be like really high-pitched. You weren't in your room. I was worried sick. What are you two doing here? You're going to talk to the Lord tonight, right? So, there's a chance you might be able to set the Saintess free. No way am I going to miss that. That's why you're here? That, and to say goodbye. I want for them to make reparations as soon as the girl's released. Do you feel the same way, Nelly? If Mel tells me he wants to, then I won't stop him. But he was threatened, so if it's possible, I don't think there's any need for him to rush to be punished. I don't want to lose my brother. Surely there are other ways he can atone. That's reasonable. I do feel guilty about what he was put through. It's not your fault what he did. Anyway, I'm really anxious about tonight, but I'm sure it'll all turn out fine. You'll make it work, won't you, dearest Michelle? I'll do my best. Oh, come on, you gotta act confident. Take care of my Mel for me, too. He's very fragile, so handle him with care. Like a big old box of china. Is he really that fragile? As for me, if he looks like he's gonna do anything he shouldn't, would you stop him for me? I wish I could be there to do it myself, but, well, he insists only the people directly involved should be there, and I want to respect that. I was never going to allow anyone to get hurt anyway. That's good. Thank you. He and the Lord may have caused the girl a great deal of pain, but I still don't want anyone to get hurt. Some people deserve it, and I say let 'em have it. Now, Maria, don't be like that. You're the weird one, little Miss Perfect. Going around letting everyone off the hook for everything, and the whole damn world's gonna come falling down around you. He did what he did for me, though. And the Lord? He's only in it for his own profit. Much as he says it benefits the city, it still comes back around to his own pockets. The Lord's not a bad man, though. Yeah, I've heard it 1,000 times. No one's a bad person in your eyes, I know. Now, can we please try to keep things civil? Yeah, sorry. Bad habit, I know. I talk a lot of rot, but I don't really mean half of it. I do think he's much better than the old Lord, though. Hold on a second. What did you just say? He's better than the old. When did the current Lord take his place? 4 years ago? What? Morgana was 9 years old when she was at the Lord's manor. 7 years ago. Maria, were you ever at the Lord's manor at any time 7 years ago? No, I was never hired by anyone there. Then when? She didn't have any interaction with the Lord 7 years ago. Ah, now it all makes sense. How did I not consider this possibility sooner? I know what kind of man he is, and I know the people he had around him. Maria, is the slave actually dead? Wait. Revelation. Is the slave actually Jacopo? Is the slave Jacopo? Did he take over the Lord role somehow? You what? You what? You're wrong. I don't know. What is this revelation that Michelle's coming to? Because here, this is important. This is important, guys. We must pay attention to the story. I do think he's better than the old Lord. So that means the Lord now is different from the Lord from before when because we always assume that that was the same Lord. Because of the way Morgana told the story, she just said the Lord, right? But they never really showed him. Other than now they show Jacopo, right? This is more entangled than my earphones after pulling them out of my pocket. Some earphones. You better have a damn good reason for this. I came because you said you had something important to discuss. Now care to tell me who the hell this white-haired man is and what he's doing here? You neglected to mention we'd be having company. I'm the one who asked him to arrange this meeting with you. And who the hell would you be? He's an angel. Or a prophet. What? Did you both finally snap under the pressure? I'll leave it for you to decide what you think I am. I will say, though, that I know everything. I know you've got a girl imprisoned in the observation tower, and I know you're taking her blood and calling it medicine, passing it out at the church. Which of you squealed? No one told him anything. He just knew. He knows everything, including my deepest desires, and what happens in my next life. He's probably peering into your soul this very moment. You've completely lost it, I see. Well, how you got your information doesn't matter. All I need to know is this. What are you hoping to gain from it? Wealth? My downfall? What? Morgana's freedom. I want you to give me your key. And then I want you to tell me your story. I've come here from the future, from the world after Morgana's death. Her soul courses with hatred for the three of you, and she's placed a curse of eternal suffering on your souls. You pulled weeds for an hour, my ass turned to gel. Well, good for you, man. Now your yard is weedless. Is it weedless now? Did it smell good? What, his ass? I too peer into people's souls. Peeping, being a peeping Tom is different from peering into people's souls, Lime, okay? Like cutting grass. There are a lot of weeds. No, Winky, what the fuck? It smells good, I suppose. No, he was just pulling weeds, so it wouldn't smell like grass, but it'd probably smell like dirt. Why are we talking about smelling ass? I guess we were supposed to be smelling grass instead of ass. I don't know. But hello, Seven. How are you? We're just playing a visual novel today. Oops. I don't want to save it. Well, actually, no. I should save it. Lest we come up to another dead-end ending. By souls, I meant their candid shots through the hole I made in my wall. I knew it. I have neglected my yard for a month. Same thing, and it rained a bit lot, and I don't want to use weed killer because it's just too much. Too much to use weed killer? Hey, this song sounds different. Has everyone at this damn table gone mad? Did you seriously think I would believe that nonsense? Don't interrupt me. My objective is not so much to rescue Morgana's physical body from the tower, but to save her soul from an eternity of loathing. I can achieve that on my own, however. Because I am not from this time, I have had no direct interaction with her or anyone else here until just recently. In order to make her have a change of heart, I need to gather the truth from the people who are from this time. And I suspect that you hold the last piece of the puzzle, the biggest piece. That you have a far deeper connection with Morgana than anyone else here. No, I am all but certain of it now. Your perspective is crucial to accomplishing my goal. Tell me your whole story, please. How you ended up capturing and imprisoning Morgana, what you thought and felt along the way. Your truth will get through to her. I know it. That will be the turning point in all this. Her curse will be no more, and you will all be returned to the path you were meant to walk. Everyone will have their salvation. Someone throw this madman out. I won't do it. Neither will I. Damned worthless curs. Yeah, I feel like it would be too much poison to spray. Oh, okay. You need more of a manly voice for these men. I can't go. It's hard to do manly, like super manly voices for like long periods of time, so this is the best I can do with my natural voice. Sorry, my voice is not manly enough. Yeah, you gotta throw in some grunts and scratch your balls to like really sell the manly. I've done the grunting, okay? There's a lot of like pained grunts in this game, okay? I've done the grunting. I'll call the guards then. Who do you think I am exactly? I am the lord of this land. Under ordinary circumstances, I'd never so much as deign to speak with you, lowly peasant. Now get out of my sight, or I'll take it as an act of aggression and you'll find yourself without a head. In this room right now, you're not a lord. You're a lone man. Until you hand over your key, we're not letting you leave, and you'll find there aren't any guards for you to call. You're all alone on this estate. Your preoccupation with staying out of sight played right into our hands. Accept your defeat, Lord. We've already agreed to set the witch free. Cowardly worms. Ironic coming from you. I didn't think you'd turn coke quite so eagerly. The nun and your kid sister are in on it too, I take it? We were only working for you. We never felt any sort of allegiance to you. Loyalty founded on what one has to gain or lose is far more resilient than uncertain, fluctuating feelings. But it would appear this white-haired man shattered that foundation. How long have you been colluding with them, cur? I arrived in this era 2 days ago. What? 2 days? In just 2 days you got these worms dancing for you? They're not dancing for me. I merely spoke with them, and they listened. You're a disturbed man. You couldn't possibly have won these two over in a mere 2 days? He's no ordinary man. As we have said, he knew everything. While I was talking to him, it felt like he was looking directly into my soul. He's definitely an unusual one, yeah. It felt like he's known me my whole life, even though he just showed up out of nowhere 2 days ago. I didn't believe what he was saying at first, but he knew things he couldn't possibly know. My secret wish, something I've never told anyone before. Wash your balls, man. That yeek sound is still your peak voice acting. When did I do that? It was last couple streams ago. Stinky? Well, your face is stinky. I don't know what kind of tricks you're playing, but now I know why I've never seen you around. If you'd been lurking around the city for longer, sticking your nose where it didn't belong, I would have taken notice sooner or later. Huh, I'm impressed. In only 2 days, you managed to convince them both to betray me and set me up. I am indeed the one in charge of this operation, so if it's the witch you're after, I'm the obvious target, yes. And the two dogs there surely have some pent-up rage. So I take it you're gonna tie me up? Wait, this is a little loud, isn't it? It's like building up type music. Stinky face. Wait, what is this emote? Those Christmassy emotes. So I take it you're gonna tie me up and torture me until I tell you what you want to know? That's not a bad idea. What do you say? Give me the word and he's in ropes. Well, wait! We agreed we weren't getting rough. I have no interest in solving this problem with violence. We are here to uncover the truth. We didn't exchange blows, only words. Anyway, if we were gonna beat it out of him, we would have done so as soon as he walked through the door. We discussed this beforehand. We're only talking. No one's getting into any fights. Physically or verbally. That's right. Well, it looks like I've got no way out, so you've got me. I surrender. Take my key. Go open the tower doors. What? That was easier than I expected. Your key is not important right now. Your perspective is what I seek. Why did you make it so the lock required 3 keys? One person is more than adequate for the job. So why split it 3 ways? Is that any of your concern, Kerr? Is it because it was too much weight to bear alone? You didn't actually want to imprison Morgana, did you? Something somewhere went wrong. You backed yourself into a corner and couldn't escape. I'm done listening to you. Am I right or am I wrong, Lord? Or should I say, Jacopo? Jacopo? That isn't his name. Jean-Francois Barnier? That's Lord Barnier to you, you insolent child. You seem to be a tad confused. I am the son of the House of Barnier, which means I am royalty. No, you are not. I don't know how you came to start calling yourself Barnier, but there's not a drop of royal blood flowing through your veins. The slave revolted the Lord's manor 7 years ago. You were there, weren't you? During the revolt, you helped Morgana escape. That's right. You saved her life once. That was you. You were the slave from 7 years ago. See, I told you. Called it. Called it. What is with that emote? What is this emote, 7? Sanic. Sanic. Slave. Are you out of your goddamn mind? Me? A slave? Like how a former slave could become royalty. You did it, though. You went from slave to lord. Enough! I don't know what's filling that white-haired head of yours with this drivel, but I'm done listening to it. Say another word and I'll throttle you myself. Keep slandering my name. I dare you. Maria told me the slave from back then was dead. She didn't mean it literally, though. She meant he wasn't who he used to be anymore. Maria, you've been talking to her too? Because she was afraid if Morgana found out. It would only serve to throw her deeper into despair. The man who had once saved her was now responsible for keeping her imprisoned. Do your ears not work, Kerr? I said I've had enough. I need your perspective. There's more to the story, I'm certain of it. I refuse to believe you acted only out of your benefit, only to cause her pain. If you wanted the key so damn badly, then take it. Set the witch free. I don't give a damn. But if you say another word, I'll rip your fucking tongue out. Again, the key is not what I need right now. I need your story. Are you deaf or just an imbecile? Your perspective is... Whoops. I know, I've... Wait. Oh, fuck. Why is it, like, going automatically? Okay. I missed so many lines. Your perspective is crucial to saving Morgana's souls. Enough. When you were a slave, you helped Morgana escape from the Lord. Silence. And you spent the next 3 years with her. He spent the next 3 years with her? Oh. That's right, Jacopo spent time at the brothel. That emote makes me happy. No one even fought you on that. Wait, fought me on what? I love Sanic. Inky Pro story writer confirmed. Story writer? Really? Damn you, why am I laughing at a purposely misspelled variation of Sonic? The Sanic? Because it's so derpy looking, that's why. It's Sanic. It's like, You know what it reminds me of? What was that? What's that? Does anyone know that bootlegged Saber figure? What the hell was her name? And so like infamous. What did they call her? what did they call her? They had a name for this Satyr. Her name's Satyr. She looks so sad. Here. She's such an infamous like bootleg figure because she's so bad looking that like she's actually well sought after now. Instead of Saber, her name's Satyr. That's what that reminds me of. I'm laughing more at the word though. Yeah. I guess it's a combination of the two. Just one more fucking word, I swear to God. So how did you end up here? How did the boy from 7 years ago go from saving her to locking her up and stealing her blood? There's no excusing your actions, no. But please, I need you to tell me how you got to this point. Enough! Michelle! The next thing I see is a dagger in his hand, pointed at me. I reflexively try to push myself out of the path of his charge with my dominant hand, which sends a jolt of excruciating pain up my right arm. Ugh. I'll rip your fucking head off! The Lord swings his arm up, and then a necklace spills from my pocket, making a metallic clink as it hits the floor. When he sees it, his eyes go wide for a brief moment. Of course. I'm just as slack-jawed as him. What the hell is going on? Why? How? Why am I looking at a familiar cloud of inky black darkness? There's no one to answer my question, though. And no time to think about it either. I have to make a decision right now. The Lord dagger raised is quickly approaching. Off to the side, the cloud of darkness is expanding. We get to pick, guys. We get to pick! So I bet you this choice will either lead you to, like a bad ending or a good ending. So let's pick carefully. There was another innocuous choice where you either escort Maria home to her brothel or you don't. And so obviously I escorted her home being the gentleman that I am, but apparently that gets you a bad ending. So you're supposed to ignore her. Fate Go Day was my favorite DVD I bought from some dude's car. Fate Go Day. Fate Stay Night? Fate Go Day. Or I guess you're trying to think of an opposite word for fate. Fate. Date. Date Go Day. I don't know. Oh, and I'm drinking a corrupt. I'm drinking some Red Bull. I bought some tropical edition one. I'm trying to see what flavor it is, other than its tropical flavor. The taste of tropical fruits. I don't know. What the hell? There's a blurb on here. Artificially flavored, appreciated worldwide by top athletes, students, busy professionals, and travelers on long journeys. Okay. No, I don't want to. What the hell? I'm trying to tap my phone to hang up on this person. How nice is it? It's not bad. I like the flavor. It kind of tastes like pineapples and mostly pineapples. It says tropical fruits of some sort, but I don't know what else. What other tropical fruits? I guess maybe mango or whatever, but it doesn't really taste like mango. But I mean, also pineapples taste like kind of sour, and Red Bull sort of has like that sour kind of flavor, I guess. What is this image? Or is an image? Spinch? Okay. This is so random. Spinch. I'd like some spinch, please. Okay. Alright, so what do you guys want to do? Reach into the darkness or shove the Lord aside? Whatever the ending is, I'm gonna blame you guys. If it's a bad ending. If it's a bad ending, I'm gonna blame you guys. And if it's a good ending, then I'm gonna pat myself on the back for having chosen right. Yep. So, what say you guys? Reach into the Lord? He said familiar cloud of inky black darkness. Reach into the darkness? I don't know. I don't know which one it could be. Usually I try to like pick a choice that sounds reasonable. But I don't know how you would reason this. I suppose if you don't want to get stabbed. Okay, if we reason this out, I suppose we don't want to get stabbed, so we shove the Lord aside. Reaching into the Lord. I'll go with the reasonable response. Since last time I did the reasonable response, and that's kind of what got us killed, so it'll be like the bad ending. Without thinking, I shoved the Lord aside. What? The next thing I see is the Lord's body crumbling to the floor. I knew it. We got the bad ending. His head rolling off in a separate direction. I'm agape, dumbfounded, my eyes swimming, as blood spreads in a pool around his body. So we never got to hear his story, so this is definitely the bad ending. Why? Why did you kill him? He was going to kill you. I had no choice. Ah! You weren't supposed to kill him. If I hadn't, you would be dead. I needed his story. Not as much as we need you alive. What does this mean for my next life? I shouldn't have shoved him. Getting the truth out of him was more important than my own safety. And now, we can't get anything from him. That was a mistake. I got him killed. Hey, Michelle, what are we supposed to do now? There's no changing what's already been done. I need to think forward how we're going to proceed. We'll go to the tower. We'll try to assuage as much of Morgana's hatred as possible with the two of your perspectives. Come on. Okay. As you say. Yeah, this is gonna be like the bummer ending. It's not gonna be as good. Sad music ensues. Using the key we took from the Lord's corpse, the three of us unlocked the observation tower, climbed the spiral staircase, and opened the door at the top. The air in the room is bone-chilling. A single shaft of moonlight shines through the high tower window, illuminating the young girl imprisoned within. Oh, she looks really sad there. Oh, you actually get a really good look at her face here. It's pretty gross looking. I'm aghast at what I see. She's been treated far worse than I imagined. Her skin is so deathly pale it sends a chill through me. Just looking at her, I'm not even certain she's still alive. Morgana. Say something, Morgana. Nah. Morgana. A combination of relief at the fact she's still breathing and anger at the condition she is in bubbles up within me. How is any of this necessary? Did you really have to chain her up? Tell me, how is this necessary? We didn't have her chained up at first. Not that that justifies anything I know. But she started acting up lately. Trying to bite us, getting violent. She even tried to climb up to the window. There's nothing to grab onto or anywhere to put your feet. So it's not like she could even make it that high. But that didn't stop her. She's fallen and hurt herself several times. The chains were the Lord's idea. I'm sorry. Grr. I'll be right there, Morgana. How dare, she's in proper working condition. Who's this husk? She certainly does look kind of like a husk. Morgana. I've brought a couple people who wish to make penance. I'll have these chains off you soon, don't worry. You'll be able to return to your old life soon. Morgana. I'm here to set you free. Stay with me, Morgana. You're all three here. What? The three men. You're all here. Morgana. You, with the flaxen hair. You're a liar. A charlatan. You're a murderer. You cut off my arm. And you, Lord. It all leads back to you. You tortured me, degraded me, for your own amusement. All three of you are here. Morgana. Why did you hold all those blood sabbats? That wasn't me. I'm not the Lord. Why did you go after me again? The Lord isn't here, Morgana. All three of you are right there. Morgana. Eternal suffering. No, Morgana, look at me. I'm here to set you free. Eternal suffering. Can you not see that I'm not him? Then listen to my voice. Do I sound like the Lord? Eternal. I am not the Lord. Eternal suffering. Morgana. Eternal suffering in all their souls. Bad end. Oh. The next second, the tower is draped in darkness. The floor beneath us vanishes, and I hear shouts off in the distance. And as I'm dragged into the endless darkness, there's nothing for me to grab onto. I simply fall through the void. It's a sensation similar to the one I've experienced a number of times before, sinking into the mansion's darkness. But there's something fundamentally different about this. The utter emptiness, the utter sense of solitude. I can't even breathe. My very essence is becoming one with the darkness. Still, I try to struggle against it when a pair of small arms wrap themselves around me from behind. Loneliness seeps through these arms and wisps about within me, eroding away at my spirit. I'm melding with something. Will you stay with me? You won't ever leave me, will you? Will you become one with me? Will you Stay by my side. I don't want to be alone anymore. The hatred seems to have left her, but what it left behind, what I'm feeling for her now, is a stark, overwhelming desolation. As much as I know I have to get back to reunite with Giselle, my own emotions are washed away by hers, and I'm unable to resist as the two of us, now one and the same, fade away into darkness everlasting, leaving behind only a single teardrop that could be either of ours, or both. Sad end. Ending 6. Darkness everlasting. Okay. That was super sad. This is how I feel on Mondays. Well, good thing it's not Monday. This is how I feel. She's desensitized for good. Maybe. She's been through a lot of shit, this girl. This girl has been through quite the harrowing experiences. Okay, I only have about 35 minutes left, so let's see if we can get back on track. I don't know. I don't think I'll be able to finish it in 35 minutes without like seriously rushing it, but and plus I don't even know how much there is, and we're blind, so is it this one? Pursuit of the Truth? Okay, so we're supposed to reach into the darkness. This is a psychological horror, yeah. Kind of. Have you ever played like games like Corpse Party? I think it's supposed to have like that sort of similar kind of horrific kind of feel to it. Because like, you know, like Corpse Party is like really cutesy. Or well, if you've played Corpse Party. It's got like kind of a cutesy theme to it. Corpse Party is the first thing I thought of in terms of vibe. Yes, exactly. So this sort of has a similar vibe to that. And when we say like horror themed, because like there are like awful things that happen to people, like arms being cut off and like the way people are being like killed and stuff like that. But you don't really see a lot of it. There aren't really a ton of intense depictions of it, so I reach my hand into the darkness spreading from the necklace. As soon as I do, what the hell is this? What's that black stuff? The blackness swells, consuming us all. No, stop! What is this? Don't make me watch this. This is so corny. His shouts fade into the distance, and my mind and body are swallowed up entirely. It's the same thing that happens whenever Giselle and I open a door. Same darkness I've gazed into again and again, and again and again in that cursed mansion. That house that exists outside reality. Far, far off into the distance I can see a gentle light like a hole ripped out of the darkness. Green grass and colorful flowers rustling in the wind. I don't understand. The darkness. It was never present in the past. I totally forgot we were gonna do rap tonight, but you're right. Today is Wednesday, so yeah, sure, we could do rap tonight. Same time-ish, like 7, 8 to 11. I could do that. It was, I thought, a phenomenon restricted to the realm of the dead. So, what is it doing here? Wait, what phenomenon? What phenomenon? The darkness was never present in the past. It was, I thought, a phenomenon restricted to the realm of the dead. So what is it doing here? Okay. Aren't they technically dead, though? Okay. Whatever floats your boat. Well, I promised, I promised, Seven and Pixel Puppy that we reunite in Raft. The Red Baron shall fly again. Or float again. But even my questions are in short order, followed or swallowed up by the void. Is this stream pun friendly? No, just kidding. You can drop your puns in here, as much as I resent them. Them dad jokes. Soon, my body ceases to retain its form. leaving only my consciousness to view the sights, sounds, and emotions of someone's past. I become an observer, as I have many times before. Story time! Story time. People clap. People clap. Wait, how come that didn't work? Wait. Why is this not working? It's not working. Why are my commands not working? It's supposed to work. Okay, whatever. There. Just prepare for the ishment. The ishment? Oh my god. I see what you did there. The pun ishment blood. I'm staring into a pair of ruby red eyes, open wide with shock. So we still don't know who the white-haired girl is. There's always been, she's always ever present in all the stories, so we don't know who the white-haired girl is. I guess we'll find out. Wait. Why did Nightbot suddenly... Why was that such a delayed response? That's Historia. Do you guys see this? Do you guys see Nightbot like spamming the claps? Why did he take so long to clamp? Anyhow. I recall, wait, Historia? Isn't that from Attack on Titan? Historia? Wasn't that the name of the girl? Anyhow. I recall snapping at him, insulting him, but I don't remember what I said. Nor do I remember how he responded. All I know is that a wave of churning blackness appeared out of nowhere, washing me away. I'm powerless, helpless, hopeless. My young mind sucked into it like a whirlpool. Young? My young mind? Oh, for Christ's sake. You've got to be kidding me. Why? For the love of God, why? Am I being made to look back at this part of my life? The miserable, stupid, fucking romantic I once was. Why am I turning back into the boy I tried so hard to forget? Where did this absurd black smoke come from, and why can't I get out of it? If it's that white-haired man who's doing this to me, then he's not an angel or prophet. He's the goddamn devil himself. Okay, so I guess this is from Jacopo's point of view. Nightbot was slacking, lol. Imagine he wasn't prepared for your commands. He was napping. He was napping, and then he like snorted awake, and he's like, "Oh my god, I'm missing my duties here." But all my questions, my confusion, my frustration, everything that composes my present is superseded by that darkness, wisping away into nothing. To be blunt, the world's a small place. There's an unimaginable amount of it out there, but you only ever get to see a minuscule fraction of that. And that goes doubly so for us. The poor barely get the chance to see any of it at all. And those who are born into affluence, well, they have no idea just how small our world really is. I never yearned for the world outside what I knew. I more coveted it, a splash of spite mixed in. I wanted to claw my way up the mountain, knock all the bastards down who had never seen what it was like at the bottom. If I made it high enough, I could do anything. I would have complete freedom. If that sounds like a childish fantasy to you, well, you'd be right. That's exactly what it was. 999. 999? Ni? Are you saying 99 or ni? People wave. I don't have people wave, sorry. I have people clap and not people wave. There you are. You spend so much time in the graveyard that one of these days someone's gonna think you're a gravekeeper, or maybe a grave robber. I can understand a gravekeeper, but I take offense at the suggestion I look like a grave robber. I am praying for the souls who have no one to see them off. The girl, named Morgana, turned around to face me. Though I'd known her for some time, I rarely ever looked her in the eyes. Her face was almost always concealed within a dark hood, revealing only the tip of her nose, and sometimes her lips. Honestly, I don't get it. Why do you care so much? These are souls that have no one else to pray for them. At best, they may get a bit of lip service from a priest once or twice. It's our responsibility to offer a helping hand to the sick and the poor, to pray for the abandoned souls. What I don't get is why you need to pray for the dead at all. Just bags of bones. I hope you enjoy an eternity in hell, blasphemer. Hey, that was uncalled for. I'm just joking, obviously. You take black humor to a new level. Morgana gave me a curt shrug and then turned away. She never faced anyone head-on for very long, and she had a perfectly good reason for it. It wasn't because she disliked me or anything. I don't think, anyway. About 3 years earlier, something had happened that had caused large patches of flesh to fall off her face. Supposedly she had looked fine before, but I only knew her as she was at that time. The rest of her body was covered in wounds as well, but applying ointment to them had reduced the scarring significantly. Her face, though, showed no signs of recovering. A close friend of mine, the prostitute, said she thought it might be a psychological thing, but regardless, I continued applying the ointment to Morgana's face. Hey, come on, don't turn away from me. I know you can hear me. I brought ointment, so let me put it on you. It's a waste of time. You don't know that. Your arms look much better than before. It won't be long before your face starts healing too. The ointment isn't free. You're wasting your money. It's my money. I can use it however I please, so just shut up and let me do this. You're a very obnoxious man, you know. What was that? You want me to rub it in real hard, huh? Fine. With the forlorn graveyard as their backdrop, a young man applied salve to a girl's raw, exposed flesh. It was quite possibly the least romantic sight in the world. I would have at the very least preferred a somewhat more pleasant location. As the thought fluttered through my mind, I let out a defeated laugh, and I could soon feel her glaring at me. Morgana could be a bit standoffish, but honestly, I didn't mind. For her, this was actually quite sociable, in fact. Sag. Have fun, you. I'll just head to bed so that the meaningless cycle repeats. Alright, see you, radio. Have a good night. When I first met her, she didn't act her age at all, but now she was starting to show signs of the 12-year-old girl hidden inside. 3 years prior, when I had met Morgana, she had been the victim of unspeakable abuse at the hands of the Lord. I didn't know why he had done those things to her, and I didn't ask either because I knew doing so would only reopen old wounds. All I knew was that the Lord was so far gone as a human being as to brutally torture a 9-year-old girl. At the time, the only thing that ever seemed to come out of her mouth was the word of God. Everything she said or did was ostensibly for the benefit of others. But it felt to me more like she was acting out of some sort of sense of duty rather than genuine concern. Honorable, but ultimately hollow. I much preferred this Morgana, even if she could be a bit jaded. What are you hoping to get out of repairing my face? I'm not trying to get anything. I just want you to heal up. And here I thought you were going to try and make me work at the brothel. How many times do I have to tell you? I'm not going to make you a prostitute. What other reason could you have for wanting my face to get better? Because I want to see it. Isn't that enough? Just so we're clear, that wasn't me hitting on you, okay? The thought never occurred to me. She fell quiet, sitting there motionless as I rubbed ointment into her face. Her skin beneath my thumb was rough and unpleasant to the touch, and, honestly, rather stomach-churning. It was hard to imagine her face would ever heal. What I said about wanting to see her face was true. But what I wanted more than anything was for her to be able to live a relatively normal life. Actually, too relatable. This game reminds me of that one Japanese animation, Another. I'm trying to think if it's like Another. Not really. I guess. I don't know. It's been a long while since I watched another. I just remember that game. Not that game. That anime sort of had some horror aspects to it, psychological horror type stuff in it, right? Betrayal and whatnot. I guess maybe there's some betrayal in this game too. I hope you're prepared to be let down if I ever do heal. That possibility is just part of the fun. You have as much tact as a worm. No tact and bad taste. I'm a real winner. It's a wonder no one throttles you in your sleep. Being a guy, of course, I would have been pleased if she turned out pretty with her face healed. But her life was guaranteed to be easier than now, no matter what she looked like. That was what really mattered, ultimately. I could only imagine how hard it was to have your life turned completely upside down at the age of 9. A large portion of us in the slums had our share of misfortune, but hardly any of them stacked up to what Morgana had had to bear. She had no parents. When I asked about her mother, she'd gotten cagey with me, so I assumed she'd been sold off. When I asked about her father, though, she just pointed up to the sky, which I took to mean he was dead. A young girl, no family, sent out all her own to some strange land, somewhere along the lines, ending up in the Lord's cruel grasp. Misfortune felt like an understatement, if anything. That said, it wasn't just out of pity that I gave Morgana so much of my attention. The other reason, though, well, she'd probably go running if I told her. Hell, I wanted to hit myself over the head. I'd still be your friend, even if you turn out to be the ugliest girl in the city. You should be grateful. How is it that you haven't managed to chase off everyone in your life yet? Similar uncomfortable feel for me. Okay. Yeah, it should be sort of uncomfortable. I act like a decent guy around other people. Do my best to fit in. Then why are you such a dolt around me? Just doing my best to fit in. So you're saying this is my fault? Everyone could use a thorn or two. Makes them more exciting. You especially. Okay, that should be everything. Does it sting anywhere? No, not particularly, no. Alright. Oh, also finish up here and get back to Maria soon. Unless you'd rather I drag you there. Why? Seriously, it's your damn birthday, that's why. And? What do you think, dimwit? She wants to celebrate. Get back there soon, okay? I'm planning to drop by too. Okay? Okay. She gave a sheepish nod, which was honestly kind of cute, but of course I couldn't say that. So I shrugged my shoulders, feigning exasperation, and then started to leave. Once I might have been offered to accompany her back to the brothel. But Morgana never seems keen on the idea of walking anywhere with me. Maybe she was afraid of grown men, after what had happened to her at the Lord's Manor? Or maybe she just didn't want me to be seen with someone who looked like her. So, hey, I thought you were leaving. One day I'll show you the world. I won't get my hopes up. Get your hopes up, damn it. I said with a soft chuckle, and then I took my leave. I had every intention of making good on that promise, and I had more than enough reason to believe I could. Oh my goodness. I think I'm gonna wrap up this soon. I don't know if I can get through this whole section here. Hello, Darth. Oh my goodness, you just came in time for me to, like, go. It's not like I have a lot of time left anyways. I have to get going at around 2, which is in, like, 15-ish minutes. Okay, fine. How about I'll keep going for a few more minutes. Good timing, man. Lol. Okay, so 3 years back there was a slave revolt at the Lord's Manor. That's not quite accurate though, because while I was partly responsible for inciting the riot, I wasn't actually a slave. The local lord was spoken of, in whispers, as the second coming of the great tyrant of old. The people were constantly grumbling about how he seemed to treat the land like his own personal playground, exploiting everything and everyone on it for his own amusement. When enough stress and resentment builds up in a contained space, all it takes is a little shove from the outside to burst. And that was our plan. Me and a number of other dissatisfied citizens gathered together to pop that bubble and give the Lord a taste of how we felt about him. With the help of a slave trader, I infiltrated the Lord's manor. I had known slaves weren't treated well, but seeing it for myself, I thought most of these people would have been happier having been born as a dog or cat and owned by someone who actually had a heart. It was revolting, a flagrant injustice. Broadly speaking, there are two types of people who see injustice in the world. The first are those who have everything, who sit unchallenged at the top of the world looking down on its less unfortunate with pity. The second are those with nothing, who wish to overthrow the entire system keeping them down. It should come as no surprise that I fell in the second camp. Once I was inside, I went around the manor telling all the slaves about our plan. Most of them had long since lost the will to fight, but with enough insurance, there were people on the outside ready and waiting to help. Glimmers of hope started to return to their eyes. Finding out they weren't alone, that they weren't helpless anymore, had an incredible effect on our morale. And once the slaves were convinced, the revolt began. It ended up being much larger in scale than I had imagined, and many lost their lives in the process, but the majority of them managed to escape. I thought you were reading the encyclopedia. This is a particularly wordy story, like there's no images, so my apologies about that. That with the help of a slave trader, that took me off guard. The story is really convoluted, and you guys are like catching my game like near the end of the story, so there's gonna be like a lot of details that aren't really explained here. Where are we? Naturally, the slaves couldn't stay in the city, so I directed them to people waiting outside, who would take them to another city or a neighboring country. I had neither the money nor the power to guarantee them a good life on the outside, but that hardly mattered to them. Everyone was sure that wherever they ended up would be better than staying, and I prayed that would be the case. It was during the revolt that I saved Morgana. I would have sent her off somewhere else like all the other slaves, but she was in so dire a condition that when I found her, she could hardly even move on her own. She had been sapped of all her willpower. So, I brought her to the brothel where a friend of mine worked, and asked her to take Morgana in. My companions and I reveled in the revolt's success. It wasn't enough of an accomplishment to have any real political implications, but we still felt like heroes. Drunk on victory, we started talking about going bigger, starting a full-on revolution. Once the elation passed, though, we realized there wasn't much more we could do. You'll read the encyclopedia guide. Okay. Even if we did manage to start a large enough uprising to kill the Lord, we were only peasants. Not only did we not know the first thing about ruling, the other counts would never acknowledge our authority anyway. We'd pretend to be in control until the next in line showed up, and that would be the end of that. So, we just ended up sitting on our thumbs, no way to do anything about our discontent. Skip forward to about a month before Morgana's birthday. One day, a middle-aged woman appeared before me. I had never met her before, but she had wavy hair that reminded me a great deal of my own. Looking me straight in the eye, the woman said, "I was once a maidservant for the Barnier estate. They've done their best to keep it a secret, but I had a child with the previous lord. And that child is you." The revelation came completely out of the blue. Oh, so he's like an illegitimate child of some lord, so that's how he got lordship. Don't typically like visual novels, but this story seems pretty interesting. Yeah, this story has been like super convoluted, but it's been like really engaging. Like it's very plot twisty. Furthermore, she, as my alleged mother, could return to her old life at the manor. Oh wait, I didn't read that part. According to her, I had royal blood, and if we could convince the Lord of that, I would become royalty. The woman urged me to take action, to meet the Lord, reveal my lineage, and reclaim my rightful place at the Barnier house. I would no longer be a poor peasant living in the slums. I would have a comfortable life. I obviously wasn't going to agree on the spot. Her story was so blatantly dubious, I needed some time to think on it. If she was telling the truth, though, it could transform our revolution from a dream into a reality. We wouldn't be restricted to inciting consequential uprisings. I could seize power legitimately and make some actual change. So I asked the woman to give me some time to consider. Have you decided what you're going to give her? That was the very first thing I heard when I stepped through the back door of the brothel. Maria, a short blonde-haired prostitute and good friend of mine, flashed me a devilish smirk. I bought a necklace, as per your suggestion. Girls appreciate that sort of thing, don't they? Most do. Me? I've got a taste for knives and other pointy things. I doubt she has much interest in those, though. Was that my phone? I think that was my phone. The darkness and the heinousness of the story drew me in. Yeah, this story is like pretty crazy. Sometimes I wonder if you're actually a girl. Anyone could see that Maria and I were close, but our relationship was strictly platonic. Of course, given her line of work, it was unavoidable that people thought otherwise. And honestly, it irritated me every time someone suggested we were anything more than friends. People have this annoying, short-sighted tendency to assume that just because a guy and a girl are friendly, they must be intimate. It didn't matter that she was a girl. I only thought of her as a friend, and as best as I could tell, that's all she thought of me as well. Maria and I first met when we were children. Even at that age, she was already a prostitute. Myself, a petty thief. We were both incredibly lucky to have survived to adulthood with only ourselves to watch each other's backs. It's possible the only reason either of us maintained the willpower to survive this long was because we had each other to bitch about life to when things got bad. So, is today the day? Are you finally going to tell her how you feel? Excuse me? Tell her how I what? Don't be coy. You know exactly what, and it's about time you manned up and told her. I think you've got a better chance than you think. Do I need to remind you how old she is? We like grotesque horror. 12, as of today. Is he a pedo? He's a pedo. No, no Fortnite. Banned. Banned. Practically an adult. I was knee-deep in dick at that age. What? I guess she was a prostitute, so... Knee-deep in dick. Nice. You're comparing her to you? The longer you hold off saying something, the more difficult it becomes. Break a leg. Party's gonna be in the back, so there won't be any customers around to interfere. Alright. I chewed over what Maria had said. I watched her disappear down a brothel corridor. She wasn't wrong. She wasn't over-analyzing. I did, indeed, have special feelings for Morgana. Women seem to have this strange, somewhat terrifying ability to read people's minds. And Maria was a prime example of that. I had never once so much as suggested to anyone I might think anything of Morgana, but Maria had somehow managed to pick up on it almost immediately. Fortunately, she didn't seem particularly bothered by the fact. Though if anyone else were to find out, I could only imagine the looks I would get. I mean, Morgana was 12, and I was 22. What? That's really quite a big age difference there. That almost sounds like he is a pedo. That wasn't normal. I've never felt this way about anyone that young either. Any other girl Morgana's age just looked like another kid to me. So, why was she any different? She was covered in scars, and every other time we met, she would tell me to go to hell, and she refused to walk anywhere with me, and no matter how much ice I broke, I could never seem to get all the way through. Yet still, the world felt like it was just a little bit better a place when I was with her. It made me want to see her smile, no matter how grotesque her face. Weird champ. How would I even go about saying it, assuming I actually did? Even if your face isn't still healed in 4 years, I'll take you as my lifetime partner, Morgana. God, no. That's terrible. There has to be a better way to put it. now I was getting stressed out, and it was all thanks to Maria. This was supposed to be a day of celebration, not a fretting over stupid personal matters. Okay, I'm gonna have to stop it here. So, I'm gonna save it here. Bam. Let's see if we can find somebody to raid. God, Harlequin is playing some Genshin Impact, so let's go over and say hi to him. How long has he been at it? From one animal game to another animal game. Thank you for hanging out, Corrupt. Appreciate you guys. Hopefully in the next stream, we'll be like wrapping up the story. I've been saying that forever. I remember like part 5 or 6, I was like, we're at the 5th story. We should be getting done with this story soon. And little did I know, like we weren't even halfway. This game has been like forever. Thanks, Yuki. Please, next time, can you read the telephone book? Okay. Clearly, you have not seen me play other games. Although this game has been more wordy because there are no voice acting. But I spent like 90 hours on like Chaos Child, and that's also a visual novel, but at least that one has voice acting in it. So I think this is like the first VN I played that doesn't have voices in it. So I've been reading all the portions, all the parts. But yeah, thank you guys for hanging out to this stream. Tune in next time, which is apparently going to be tonight, where we'll be playing Raft. I haven't played this Raft game in like well, actually no, I did play Raft like last week with Ami, but I'll be reviving our old game from like over a year ago. So it's been over a year since I've seen my save file. Just having fun. No worries, Darsh. But I know what you mean. It's a lot of reading. It's a lot of reading. I can feel my throat giving out soon. So it might be a while until I get back to this story. I don't know. Give it a couple days to give my throat a rest. But yeah, thank you guys again. I will have a good afternoon or a great rest of your day wherever you guys are in the world. I will see you guys in the next stream tonight. So, bye!